if you know what I mean. Dishing out the truth about the royal scene with a fist of fire and a voice so keen. Hitting hard with those alter bridge vibes, no sugarcoating the false alibis. Tearing down the lies she despised. Yorkshire lass with fire in her eyes. Steph don't play, she holds the line. Shouting from the rooftops across the digital vine. Harry and Meghan under her sign. Fearless and bold with a soul that shines. See a fake, she's a beacon bright, unraveling the drama without a fright. Armored with honesty, ready to fight. Injustice quivers at a sight. Unbreakable will won't be confined. Mind of steel and heart redefined. Rhetoric sharp, leaving dust behind. In Steph's world, truth is intertwined. Steph don't play, she holds the line. Shouting from the rooftops across the digital vine. Harry and Meghan under her sign. Fearless and bold with a soul that shines. Will won't be confined. Mind of steel and heart redefined. Rhetoric sharp, leaving dust behind. In Steph's world, truth is intertwined. Steph don't play, she holds the line. Shouting from the rooftops across the digital vine. Harry and Meghan under her sign. Fearless and bold with a soul that shines.
Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to the Weekly Nerd live stream for Sunday the 29th of March 2026. And guys, the title of this live stream pretty much says it all. A couple of days ago, as a lot of you have watched, and thank you so much for tuning in, whether it was live or on the replay, I did a mammoth 11-hour live stream reading through Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. And yeah, kind of giving you my first reactions as I was reading it through for the first time, and a little bit of an overview of what I was reading at periodic, regular kind of events, right? As I was going through it. And I thought, do you know what? I'll leave that live stream up in its entirety, but I was planning for this Sunday to do a recap, essentially, of that full mammoth 11-hour stream of me reading that book. I'm basically going to go through with you guys all the details from Tom Bower's book Betrayal that, in my humble opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, you guys don't know yet, because I know a lot of you out there at the moment, especially the alter nerds in America, you guys actually haven't got your mitts on the book yet. From what I've been told, it's either not available, or when you have ordered it, there's been delays, let's say, in terms of the shipping. So yeah, this is why I'm here, I suppose, to let you guys know what you don't know, really, when it comes to Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. So, yeah, little bit of a warning here, spoiler alert, all the way through, Okay, let me put it that way to you guys. We're going to be here for a couple of hours because there is a lot to get through, you guys. With that being said, for those tuning in, thank you so much for coming in right now. I appreciate all your faces. What I would appreciate, if it's okay with you guys, is if you can now vote in the live chat, as I'm quickly going to go through some thanks. What are we going to feed Casper this evening on the Weekly Nerd live stream? Are we going to feed him turkey or duck this time? Is it turkey or duck? So, in the live chat, let me know. Turkey or duck? Turkey or duck? Turkey or duck? Let me know right now in the live chat if you're watching live. Aussie Queen of the Ruse, thank you so much for the $2.99 Casper books. Appreciate your face. Also as well, very quickly, thank you so much, Aussie Queen of the Ruse, for gifting a leadership to one of you lucky lots out there. And Carol, for gifting a leadership to one of you lucky lots out there. Aussie Queen of the Ruse has done that twice over, I see in the live chat. So thank you so much to you guys. That only means one thing. Today's gifting was have officially begun. So the gifting wars have officially begun. Do you want to jump in and be like, this ain't how you do a gifting war? This is how you do a gifting war, guys. Got all the time in the world to do it for this Weekly Nerd live stream. We're going to get through a lot. Carol, thank you so much for the very generous $9.99 Casper book, saying Hugo Vickers has some tea on Harry and Meghan. Harry using emotional blackmail again to get what he wants. I do wonder if his request will be denied due to backlash. Yes, I know that Hugo Vickers' book is going to be released. There's been coverage at the moment from his book in relation to how Harry and Meghan treated Queen Elizabeth II in like her final years, final days, that has been dominating the headlines at the moment. So yes, once that book comes out, I'm going to do another marathon live stream reading that one. Because earlier on this week, it was so much fun. So there we go. Wow, everyone's voting already. Duck, duck, turkey. Duck, 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 turkey. A lot of duck at the moment. Angela Dawn, thank you so much for your continued support for the leadership for the past month. Says, would you rate Betrayal as more of an eye-opener to Harry and Meghan's appalling behaviour than Revenge did? All in all, get this book. When you can get your mitts on it, get it. Like, guaranteed, get it. Like, I totally recommend you getting it right now, if you can. If not, get it as soon as it's available to you in the country that you live in. Because Betrayal, it's... I think I said it repeatedly during the 11th hour Mammoth reading stream. It's better than Revenge, and that's saying something. Anyone that's in the whole Mexit world, Betrayal is essential reading, just like Revenge is, just like Valentine Law's Courtiers is. Betrayal, as far as I'm concerned, is up there, and I would say is better than Revenge. Even though Revenge in its own right is kick-ass, don't get me wrong. Wow, a lot came from that. Tom Bower just went next level legit when it came to Betrayal. Like, from the first paragraph, you'll notice on the live stream, my jaw dropped. Like, dude went in with a bang. Like, he was not pulling any punches whatsoever. And as we go through this live stream, and I recap on everything you don't know about Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You'll, you'll understand why I'm saying it, if that makes sense. Friday too says, I had you on at work. I think a couple of me workmates thought I was bonkers. A few of you guys actually was saying in the live chat, I did clock it at the time that you were listening to me whilst you were working. I was like, bloody hell, I wasn't really expecting that scenario to come about. But yeah. But so looking at all of this, if you just give me 1 second, sorry about the late start to the live stream. As I mentioned, technical issues. Sorry about that. There we go. Let me just do that instead. Technical issues because I'm using Google Slides, and the formatting on Google Slides. I think I pressed the wrong button and I made a mistake, so I had to kind of fix that technical snafu on Google Slides that I'm going to be using. So there we go. But so, cut a long story short, apologies for the lateness of the Weekly Nerd live stream today. With that being said, I've been keeping an eye on the live chat. Turkey or duck, turkey or duck, turkey or duck. You guys voted duck. I tried to be a little bit clever there. I don't think it worked. But you guys voted for duck, so let's feed Casper some duck right now. For those that don't know, you're going to see me in a moment on the Casper cam. I'm wearing my pyjama bottoms. 9 times out of 10, if I'm filming, pre-record, or I'm streaming, wearing my pyjama bottoms just makes me comfier that way. Do you know what I mean? Whilst I'm speaking to you guys, it's simple as that. I ain't got no tide. And let me tell you something. You'd be surprised who, with some of your favourite YouTubers who do the same thing, to be fair. But anywho, let's feed him some duck. Casper. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Alter Nerd has spoken. I'm going to feed him duck. So thanks to everyone that just voted there. Project Metal Music. She giving our secrets away again. LOL. I know, right? Pardon me. Hang on a minute. Let me just amend that a little. See a little bit more. There we go. Now you can see him. He's munching away on his tea, guys. Thanks for everyone that voted there. Okay, right. With that being said, guys, it's a little bit of a different Weekly Nerd live stream here. Let's jump in. First and foremost, there's a lot to get through. A lot. So anyone that sends any Casper books in the meantime, I will get to you guys as and when I can. Generally speaking, in between each story that I'm going to get through for you guys. And so, yeah. Let's kick on with this. The first section we're going to get into is charity controversy. And yeah, a lot of it is to do with the One Young World charity that Megs has been involved in the past. And this one is all about Meghan Markle's charity speech and how it went wrong. As the CEO says, she effed it. She's tone deaf. She's toxic. So let's get into this. So this is all about Megs' speech at the One Young World event. And according to Tom Bower, charity co-founder Ella Robertson was not happy with Megs' speech. He writes, in the countdown to the big moment, Ella Robertson read Meghan Markle's proposed speech on auto cue. She effed it, groaned Robertson. Instead of speaking, as agreed, about the charity One Young World, Meghan's speech was focused on herself. Nearly 50 times in just 10 minutes, she intended to say I. And this is the thing. Meg's appearance at this even nearly didn't actually happen in the first place, because the charity CEO didn't actually want her there in the first place. So here, the co-founder again, co-founder Kate Robertson and her daughter Ella has been nervous about inviting Meghan to Manchester. And it looks like their fears were justified, because before eventually inviting Megsy against their instincts, they tried to make sure that whilst at the conference, Megsy and Azza wouldn't cause any controversy elsewhere, which could cause an adverse effect on the One Young World conference. But it looks like they were lied to. When you look at this next excerpt, which, if you just bear with me one moment. Here we go. We'll get into now. So, during endless conversations and emails with the Sussex's staff in California, Ella Robertson had sought guarantees that there would be no explosions to distract from the conference. Ever since Meghan's interview with Oprah Winfrey in 2021, everything she said had become sensational. Although sensitive to criticism, Meghan was proud of the Oprah interview, not least because the reward for denouncing the royal family was renewed global stardom. Robertson sought reassurances from James Hall, the Sussex's chief of staff at the time, mind you. Nothing coming up that I'm aware of, he affirmed. Hall evidently forgot to mention that Meghan would be hosting a series of podcasts and the imminent publication of an interview with The Cut, a New York magazine. Hall's priority was to fuel Meghan's celebrity, especially as the champion of humanitarian causes. Appropriately, Meghan had agreed that a short speech in Manchester would focus on empowering women and gender equality. Pointedly, she was asked not to speak about herself and not to wear expensive clothes. But, of course, she actually ended up doing that on stage when she gave a speech. As Tom Bower then writes, Meghan had abandoned the build theme, ethical leadership. How can we instill transparency, honesty and integrity as core values for leaders? To Ella Robertson's anger, her speech praised One Young World, who, quote, saw in me what I wanted to see fully in myself. And her rise to fame. She's tone deaf to others, Robertson realised. She just can't do what we wanted. She's toxic. Every organisation inviting the Sussexes, she concluded, would need to factor in disappointment and an inevitable storm. So, this is the thing. You've got a situation here, right, where if you look at the news cycle at the time, right, oh, Meg's here, she's at the One Young World event, and oh my goodness, she did so well, and the audience applause, and everything was groovy, blah, 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 she's amazing, blah, 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 right? Yeah, behind the scenes, according to Tom Bower, and I believe him, best believe I am on Team Tom Bower's side here. One Young World was not happy with Megsy and her speech. She went against the actual theme of the event. They were given reassurances that there would be no drama that would affect the conference negatively, which they got those assurances from the Chief of Staff, James Holt, at the time, but actually yeah, he was wrong in saying that because he forgot to mention that Mexit would be hosting a series of podcasts and had that interview with the cut that was going to be released that caused a massive amount of negative publicity. Yeah. And then she's told not to talk about herself and not to wear expensive clothes. And what does she do? She does exactly that. To the point where you've got one of charity's CEOs, co-founders turning around and saying she effed it. She's tone deaf. She is toxic. Now, guys, we have just started off with a bang here. With a bang. So, let's get into it a little bit more. This was literally like the first thing that came across in Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Like when I said he started off with a bang, like got you by throat and pulled you in. This is it. This is it. And as I mentioned before, this, you guys, is how Meg's speech was covered at the time at the 2022 One Young World event. Here's the headline from the Daily Mail. It was just me. Royal experts say Meghan made One Young World speech all about her as she referenced herself 54 times during the 7-minute gender equality talk after she and Harry ran the gauntlet of boos as they arrived in Manchester. So even the mainstream media was reporting on and mirroring what was happening behind the scenes at the time at One Young World when they were unhappy that Megzy made it all about me, and me. And early on, let's go one step further. Early on, it does seem that she was trying, actually, to weaponize her relationship with Azza to elevate her status at the One Young World event. So here, Tom Bower writes, in September 2016, Meghan was booked to appear at the One Young World conference in Ottawa. By then, she had been secretly dating Harry for 3 months. Her ambition, she had confessed to her publicist Gina Nelthorpe Cown, was to marry the prince. With Harry by my side, she had whispered at a London restaurant, we can change the world. So right early on in her relationship with Hazza, when it was a secret, she already had plans to, as far as I'm concerned, trap him into a marriage. She had not known him for long, but she already had plans to marry him. And pretty much declared as such at the 2016 One Young World event. Now, this completely flies in the face of Megzy saying that she had no idea whatsoever of the royal family and didn't do any research at all, right? Because, let's put it this way, right? If Megzy said that she didn't Google Prince Hazza before their first date, then how did she know the potential impact she could have with Hazza on the world if she didn't know anything beforehand about him in the first place? Yeah. Her saying this to me indicates she did at least some homework, in my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, on Hazza and the royal family. Totally. With that being said, the next story we're going to get into is Meghan Markle abandoned the One Young World charity last minute because they rejected her Diva demands. Oh yeah, Tom Bower really starts going down this rabbit hole. So for those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd. Like, share, Comment down below on the replay your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever. Again, those watching live stay exactly where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right. Pardon me. Before we get into the next topic, Chris Mills. Hey up, Chris Mills. How's it going, mate? Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for the Casper books. Casper Cam is live. Casper appreciates it. He's actually looking at you guys right now. Look at his cute little eyes. Oh. Hello, boo-boo. Hello, baby. How's it going? Her narcissistic personality disorder will always be a downfall. Oh, we're going to get into that later on. Oh, stay tuned for that. But Chris, thank you so much for the Casper books. Casper appreciates it. He says meow, meow. This week, I was finally able to get the Catio for him, a little bit of a playpen for him for the outside, because for those that don't know, he does have a lifelong condition of cat flu, and so he can't roam freely outside because we need to protect the other cats, right, so that they don't catch it. So instead, I've got him a little Catio, a little playpen, and we tried it out earlier on this week when the weather was all right, and he loves it. So thank you so much to everyone that sent Casper books to make that possible for little Casper. We really do appreciate it. I was also able to get some more toys for him. I think it's catnip, but like Silverline catnip. So it's like for cats that don't respond well much to catnip, but the Silverline version, there's more of like a possibility that they're going to be more interested in that. Oh yeah, he's more interested in that. He really is. He's been really happy with that as well, with those toys. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for the Casper books. Getting him more Casper treats will continue as you send in more Casper books. So thank you so much for that. With that being said, let's speed on to the next topic, you guys, because this is insane. Meghan Markle, get this, abandoned One Young World charity last minute because they rejected her diva demands. They didn't do what she wanted them to do. What were her demands? You're not going to believe this one, guys. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because we're doing a recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. I'm giving you all the details that you guys may not know yet, because some of you still don't have access to the book yet. It's still not released in your country as the time of me doing this stream, right? So I'm giving you guys a little bit of a recap of all the details you guys don't know yet. So here we go with this little detail. Meghan Markle abandoned the One Young World charity event last minute because they rejected a diva demands. So at the One Young World event in Ottawa, Megxie abandoned the One Young World charity at the last minute because they rejected her diva demands. As Tom Bower wrote here, forthrightly she demanded to feature in the official photographs with the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, and Bob Geldof. She also demanded equivalence with the actress Emma Watson. And so when they rejected her diva demands, what do you think she did? What do you think she did? Tom Bower explains, disgruntled by her failure to secure top billing, she abruptly announced that she was needed on the Suits set in Toronto and departed without making her listed speech to the conference. Now, bear in mind, in Tom Bower's book Betrayal, he explains that with One Young World, Mexit would make agreements for her to appear at their events in the first place. Agreements such as travel, expenses, accommodation. So it's conceivable to believe that potentially they did that during this particular event in Toronto. Paid for her travel, her expenses, her accommodation. And for her to then bugger off last minute because they didn't follow through with her diva demands. She did that to a charity? She's the bed. She ain't showing up and doing good at all. She's showing up and then buggering off. Thing is, though, you wouldn't know that if you read Megsy's blog, The Tig, at the time. And so here, The Sun reported, writing about One Young World on a lifestyle site, The Tig, she said, when I was asked to be a counsellor at One Young World, my response was a resounding yes. One Young World invites young adults from all over the world who are actively working to transform the socio-political landscape by being the greater good. They are delegates who are speaking out against human rights violations, environmental crisis, gender equality issues, discrimination and justice. They are the change. Okay. But it looks like Mexit, really, in the grand scheme of things, is changing bugger all. Because she's turning round and she's saying that she wanted to be in the official photographs of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the time, UN Secretary General at the time, Kofi Annan, Bob Geldof. She also wanted to be treated the same as actress Emma Watson. Guess what? That never happened. You see all the official photographs, and she ain't anywhere near Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Bob Geldof, and the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. Think about it this way. This was 2016, right? All that she was known for at that point was Suits. That's it. And even then, she wasn't a main character. She was a side character. When you add up all the minutes that she had screen time, it's not that much in the grand scheme of things. And the best that she could get in terms of endorsements is Reitman's at the time. Whereas Emma Watson, by that point, major A-list Hollywood star. I mean, obvious, right? She was in all the Harry Potter films as Hermione. That made her. Massive, massive, massive fashion muse. She's spokesperson for Prada. She's also a director. And at that point, she was and still is very well known for her philanthropic efforts. Meghan Markle, unless you had watched Suits, you wouldn't know her. You wouldn't know her at all. Yeah, at that time, she was like, no. I want to be treated the same as Emma Watson. Oh, and I want to be photographed next to leaders of the world and leaders of philanthropy, such as Bob Geldof. Seriously. Before her relationship with Prince Harry became public, before she was even in the royal family officially and married into it, that apparently, according to Tom Bower, was her mindset. And because One Young World, and I would say reasonably, and I'd agree with this action, turned around and essentially told her to bog off. We're not going through with your diva demands there. She has a paddy and is like, you're not going to give me what I want? Well, I'm going to go then. Meh. It's like she has a tantrum and then buggers back off to the suit set. Yeah, think about it. And on the website, The Tig, she turns round and she's like, oh, it's, so amazing. Why? I was asked to be counsellor at One Young World. My response was a resounding yes. One Young World, it's all for the greater good. People go there and they speak out against human rights violations, environmental crisis, gender equality issues, discrimination, injustice. They are the change. Well, if she wanted to be a part of that, if she wanted to be part of the change, then if One Young World turns round and says, no, we're not going to follow through your demands, she'd be like, okay, fair enough, I'll still continue because the cause is bigger than me. Instead, according to Tom Bower, she buggers off because they don't follow through with her demands. So instead of taking the correct mindset, as far as I'm concerned, of, well, the cause is bigger than me. I haven't got what I wanted, but fair enough, I'm still going to follow through with this anyway, because again, the cause is bigger than me. No, instead, she's bigger than the cause. If that's the stance that she took all those years ago before she even entered the royal family, I wonder what her stance is now with all the charities that she is affiliated with. With her Actual Foundation, Actual, whatever the frick you want to call it now. Does make you wonder, doesn't it, guys? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. Oh, hi, I'm not done with you guys yet. We are going to get into the next topic live. Meghan Markle labelled a nightmare by the charity over negotiations to appear at the event. She says, oh, it's so great to be part of this, that, and the other. Then why is it so difficult for her to agree to go? It gets more insane by every single page in Tom Bower's book. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. You do not want to miss this. If you haven't done so already, do make sure in the meantime you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below on the replay, your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys. So, we have so much more to get through. Thanks for everyone that's tuned in live. I appreciate all your faces. Let's jump into this. So, Meghan Markle labelled an absolute nightmare by Charity over negotiations to appear at the event. She says she's all about showing up and doing good. Well, when it comes to Charity, trying to get her to show up in the first place apparently is quite difficult to do in the first place. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because you know how Megsy's all about showing up and doing good? Well, when it comes to Charity, trying to get her to show up in the first place apparently is so difficult. For one charity in particular, it was an absolute nightmare for them. So we are talking about the One Young World charity, and this is what Tom Bower wrote in his book Betrayal. Ella Robertson could not resist again inviting Meghan to address 2,000 young leaders at the One Young World conference in London's Royal Albert Hall on 22nd of October 2019. Now the newly married Duchess was certain to be a star attraction. Unsurprisingly, the negotiations were complicated. It became a nightmare to get her to the event, recalled Robertson. Now, Megsy, right, tried to act as if her involvement with the One Young World organisation was amazing. Well, this is the thing. If it was so amazing for her to be involved with the One Young World organisation, then why didn't Megsy make it easy and simple for the One Young World to A, ask her to attend their event, and B, for her to accept? It should just be, yo, Megsy, you've been at our event before, we'd like you to come back, it's being held here on this day at this time, this is what we can offer you. You want to come again? This is the theme, blah, blah, blah. It should really be a yes or no. Be like, yeah, okay, but can we do it like this? Like a very, very simple kind of conversation. She'd already been to the One Young World Conference a few times in the past, right? So it shouldn't be that difficult to get her back. Now, I ask this because Megsy in the past, right, guys, wrote this on her blog, The Tig, right? Writing about One Young World, she says, when I was asked to be counsellor at One Young World, my response was a resounding yes. Well, hang on a minute. When she was invited again to address the young leaders at the One Young World conference in London's Royal Albert Hall in October 2019, why wasn't her response then a resounding yes? Why did Robertson say it became a nightmare to get her to the event in the first place? Right? Megsy extols the virtues of One Young World, saying it invites young adults from all over the world who are actively working to transform the socio-political landscape by being the greater good. They are delegates who are speaking out against human rights violations, environmental crises, gender equality issues, discrimination and injustice. They are the change. Things that Megsy claims that she's all about. So they're on the same narrative as Megsy. She's like, oh, well, when I was asked to be involved, to be a counsellor at One Young World, my response is a resounding yes. So when she was asked to be part of it in the first place, a resounding answer was yes. She's Gucci with the people that are involved, right? They speak her language is basically what she's trying to say in this post here. So if her initial involvement, she was like, resounding yes, then why wasn't it a resounding yes when she was invited yet again to address the young leaders at the One Young World conference in October 2019? Why did Ella Robertson turn round and say it became an absolute nightmare to get her to the event? In other words, right, let's put it this way. If she was so happy to be involved in the One Young World situation charity, then why was it a freaking nightmare to get her to appear in the first place? Because when you read Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, he goes through it. It's like this back and forth. And there was no, what would you call it? No definite answers. It was very much all up in the air. They couldn't lock her down. So it was a resounding yes before she came into the royal family. But after she came into the royal family, she then made it difficult for One Young World to get in contact with her, to get her to one of the conferences that they were doing. Why? Did she think she was better than them at that point? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend here. But this is insane. And as we get into the next story live, where she did appear for One Young World conference back in 2022, guess what? She actively tried to censor the media over her appearance there. How did she do it? What did she do? All this according to Tom Bower's Betrayal. So for those that are watching live, you do not want to miss the next bombshell. If you haven't done so already, though, in the meantime, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, that was, yeah, guys, the bombshells keep coming. So let's get into the next one. Meghan Markle. Looks like, according to Tom Bower, she censored the media over her appearance at the One Young World event in September 2022. How did she do it? Tom Bower gets into it in his book Betrayal, and I'm going to give you the recap for it right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because when Mexit appeared at the One Young World event in September 2022, guys, she totally had to make it all about herself, right? So much so that she made it that the news would cut to her live at the event, ignoring at the time when a new Prime Minister of the UK was elected. Yeah, check this out. This is what Tom Bower wrote in Betrayal. Even the timing of Meghan's appearance was a high-wire act. At the same time as she was due to walk onto the stage, the Conservative Party, which was the party leading the UK at the time that were in power, would announce that Liz Truss had been elected as the new Tory leader and the next Prime Minister. Remarkably, Hanson, so this was Meg's team, had negotiated that Sky TV would cut from Westminster to caption Meghan's live appearance. So, just asking for a friend here, but did Mexi think that she was more important, coverage-wise, on a news channel than the event of a new Prime Minister being elected here in the UK? It's as if, right, for all you American alter nerds out there, let me put it into, like, your language as such. It's as if there's a breaking news, Donald Trump's elected as president, but oh no, we can't get into that right now because Megs is on stage at the One Young World event and we need to hear her speech and all her word salad. It's the equivalent of that, guys. That's how mad this is. Now, this is a thing. That wasn't even the worst of it. Because when it came to Meg's control over the media, limiting freedom of the press in our country, she censored the media over the appearance at the One Young World event in September 2022 and went even so far to stop people from attending who were not pro-Megsy. You see, even the mainstream media commented on this. But before we get to that, let me show you what Tom Bower wrote. So, to limit any embarrassment in Manchester, there was to be a tight scrutiny of ticketing to exclude any protesters, a ban on spectators standing outside the venue, and all journalists were to be excluded from the hall. Hanson demanded that only Omid Scobie, a trusted author, and the photographer, Mason Harriman, were to be given access to the event. Now, to me, that rings true. Totally. Why? Because what have we been hearing about Meg's upcoming trip to Australia and that whole besties weekend situation? That Megzy has been screening those that have been applying for tickets to make sure that only those that are fans of hers attend, basically. Going so far that there's, I'm going to have to say, rumours that she's given tickets to members of the Sussex squad to attend. Now, let's get onto the mainstream media because, like I said, even the mainstream media commented on who Meg's allowed to have access to this event. Here, we have a Daily Mail article at the time speaking to royal author Phil Dampier, and he says the following. Despite her efforts, Phil Dampier claims there was a severe lack of content in what she was saying. She was using her acting skills when she made the comment about being back in the UK. She clearly launched a PR offensive, having received hostility from the British press. If she met most members of the public in the UK, she wouldn't get a good reception. But on stage, with an audience that tends to be on her side, or is inclined to support her, she could get away saying very little and being applauded for it. So, how did she get an audience at that event that tended to be on her side and was inclined to support her? Going from what Tom Bower said, that I just showed you guys, I definitely believe him. When he turns around and says to limit any embarrassment, there was a ban basically on anyone that was not pro-Sussex. anyone that was not a fan of Mexit and that was not pro-Sussex, they were not allowed to be anywhere near it, let alone be inside. And anyone that was inside had to be approved. Had to be approved. That was it. And again, I totally believe that because of reports that are coming out currently where allegedly Mexit is screening those that are applying for tickets for that weekend in Australia, the Besties weekend, to make sure that basically anyone that was a fan of hers would get tickets and anyone that wasn't would be told to bugger off. Yeah. It's, to me, manufactured philanthropism is what she's doing. It's manufactured philanthropism. Because she's trying to make out that she's this big philanthropist, this, that, and the other. And at the event, look at all these people that are supporting me, this, that, and the other. Look at all these people at the charity event that agree with me, that are on my side, this, that, and the other, that agree with my philanthropy, that support this, that, and the other. No. It's all manufactured philanthropy. Because she doesn't let anyone in that don't agree with her, that isn't a fan of her. She only wants to make sure that anyone that's in the audience is going to give her a warm reception, that everyone in the audience is going to freaking kiss her backside and bow down to her as if she's the freaking queen. And best believe, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, if there was a way for her to be queen, she'd do it. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. But with that being said, for those watching live, stay exactly where you are because next up, Prince Harry. He doesn't get away that easily when it comes to Tomboa's betrayal. He has been exposed by an Invictus insider, as Tomboa reports that an insider has said Harry has no idea what's happening in Invictus. And I can believe that. Why? Well, those watching live, stay exactly where you are, but if you haven't done so already, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, so much more. Buckle up, all right? Hold on to your butts. There is so much more. Before we jump into it, hey up, Melanie. Hey, how's it going? Hi, I'm new here. Hey up. Well, thank you so much for letting us know. Welcome to the Alter Nerd community. You are now officially an Alter Nerd. Thank you so much for subscribing. If you guys actually appreciate the recap that I'm giving you guys right now and appreciated my 11-hour mammoth stream reading the book from beginning to end earlier on this week, give this stream a good old thumbs up and subscribe right now. What are you waiting for? It's free. You get even more details of the misadventures of the gruesome twosome. So, yeah, everyone's welcoming Melanie right now. Woo, woo. I love it, love it, love it. If there's anyone else that's new here, speak up. Let us know. Don't be shy. We don't bite. With that being said, though, let's get on to Prince Harry because he does not escape Tomboa whatsoever. Yeah, he's been exposed by an Invictus insider. According to Tomboa, the insider says Harry has no idea what's happening at Invictus. And you know what? I can totally believe that one. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because Prince Harry is being exposed by an Invictus insider, according to Tom Bower's book Betrayal, that, quote, Harry has no idea what's happening at Invictus. So let's get straight into what Tom Bower wrote about this, right? He writes, the chaos had spread to the London headquarters of the Invictus Games, Harry's successful sports competition for wounded military veterans. Chief Executive Don Reid said it's a shiz show over there about Kensington Palace. Harry has no idea what's happening. The nub was a breakdown of relations between the Sussexes and their staff, and everyone knew the reason. Now, Tom Bower in the book Betrayal doesn't confirm what the reason was. We can only speculate at this point. However, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, I think what he's referencing there are the bullying accusations. Think about it. What was the main breakdown, allegedly, of relations between Haz and Mexit and their staff? The bullying allegations. That's the only thing I can conclude with that. Now, this actually isn't the first time that Hazard has been criticised for his involvement with the Invictus Games, okay? There is precedent for this that bolsters what Tom Bower is saying right here. So here's an article from the Mirror back in 2024. Prince Harry is tainted figurehead of Invictus Games after breaking the unwritten rules of army. Prince Harry set up the Invictus Games to help wounded, injured and sick veterans, but one expert believes he's become a tainted figurehead as he faces calls to step down. Yeah. And this is the thing, right? Prince Hazard facing calls to step down for a charity extends to Santa Barley. Because Tom Bower's book Betrayal also goes into how Dr. Sophie Chandawarkar did this report on Hazard, his brand report on Hazard, and found out that Hazard's involvement with Santa Barley actually harmed Santa Barley. That a lot of sponsors didn't want to touch the charity because of Hazard's involvement. Because he provided a negative impact on the charity. Because of his controversies, because he's not well liked by the public, this, that and the other, and he's not trusted by the public, this, that and the other. So Tom Bower, when it comes to the Santa Barley situation, reported that Dr. Sophie actually asked Hazard to stand down. So that Santa Barley then as a charity had a chance to grow, to flourish, to get more donations so that they could help more people for their cause. So you have that scenario where Hazard allegedly was asked to step down because his involvement was not doing any good for the charity. And you've got the same thing here with Invictus Games. He's tainted. Just like he's tainted at Santa Barley, he's tainted at Invictus Games. And he's asked to step down. And with Tom Bower reporting that Hazard has no idea what's happening, well, let's put it this way. If you're the figurehead of a charity, right, as Hazard is for Invictus, right, when it comes to the Invictus Games, the limelight is on him and Mexit more. But we all know the story that essentially, allegedly, the organisers of Invictus and the veterans themselves do not like Hazard and Mexit because they've turned it into the Hazard and Mexit show. The limelight should be on the veterans, but it ain't. It's on Hazard and Mexit, and they've made it so, Hazard and Mexit, right? It's not doing the games any good. And if Hazard is completely oblivious to what's actually happening in the Invictus organisation, if that's the case, what the frick is he doing? Why is he involved now? Oh, I know why. Because Mexit and Azza think that their involvement is good for PR purposes, this, that, and the other. They don't recognise, as far as I'm concerned, the actual reality of the situation. Everything they touch at the moment turns to rat shiz. Why? Because they've got a trustability, likability, and relatability issue. If people don't trust, like, and relate to you, people aren't going to trust, like, and relate what you're trying to put out there in the first place. And Hazza linking himself to Invictus, that issue of trustability, likability, and relatability rubs off on Invictus as well. It shouldn't do. But unfortunately it does because of Hazza's association with Invictus. But going back full circle here, he's been told to step down because he ain't having a positive impact when it comes to the Invictus organisation at all anymore. And there's precedent for that because he's been told allegedly to step down from Centre Barley in the past by Dr. Sophie. And I can understand why when you've got Tom Bowe reporting that Chief Executive Don Reid is saying how he has no idea what's happening. You have no idea what's happening. You've got no control over what's going on. If you have no idea what's happening, it means that, as far as I'm concerned, you don't care. You don't care about the Invictus Games. If you cared about the Invictus Games, then you wouldn't have Chief Executive Don Reid turning round and saying, I'm going to have to say allegedly here, that Harry has no idea what's happening with the Invictus Games. If you actually cared about a cause, you would have an idea of what's happening. You wouldn't have someone turning around and saying they don't have a freaking clue what's going on. So, for me, Hazard turning around and saying Invictus is important to him, Invictus is close to his heart, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit! Bullshit when you've got the chief exec saying Hazard has no idea what's going on. Bullshit Hazard turning around and saying, oh, Invictus Games is so close to my heart. Yeah, all right. Maybe it is close to his heart if he can, opinion conspiracy theory, whatever, monetize the hell out of it. I.e., Heart of Invictus for Netflix under a contract at that point which was worth $100 million. Got paid for that. I wonder where that money went to. Did that go to the Invictus Games? What he earned from that? I'm just asking for a friend here. Might not have been that much, though, because it freaking bombed. And it bombed because of Hazard's involvement. Makes sense, right? Now, with that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We're going to get into the next section of this Weekly Nerd live stream of wedding wackiness. The bombshells keep coming from Tom Bowe's book Betrayal. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are because it's been revealed that Meghan Markle, did she plan all along to block her father from attending the wedding? Surely seems so. So for those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure that you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. If you're watching on the replay, what do you think about this? Again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, guys, again, big massive thank you to everyone that's tuned in live at the moment. I appreciate all your faces. Let's get into the next section, wedding wackiness. And the first story here. Did Meghan Markle plan all along to block her father attending the wedding? Well, after reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal, certainly looks that way to me. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because did Meghan Markle plan all along to block her father from attending the wedding to Prince Harry? Certainly looks that way when I read Tom Bower's book Betrayal. So let's get into it, because you know how officially on paper Megsy's father didn't attend Hazza and her Megsy's wedding because of that photo shoot and his ill health. Well, it looks like Megsy may have used all of that as an excuse, because Tom Bower reveals, you know, by my interpretation, that she didn't want her father to attend from the beginning. So this is what he wrote. Fears about her intentions were confirmed after she disclosed weeks before the ceremony that, quote, I hope my father won't be coming to the wedding. In the months before the wedding, officials noticed that Meghan had sidelined her father from the arrangements. He was not sent an invitation, nor did Meghan ask a British embassy official to offer him help, as she had done in the case of her mother. More telling, Harry had not tried to meet Thomas Markle in Los Angeles. Now, that flies in the face of the public statement Megsy made at the time when it was announced that her father wouldn't actually be attending the wedding. And so, let me actually remind you of that statement right here. A statement from Ms. Meghan Markle on Kensington Palace headed paper, Thursday, 17th of May, 2018. Sadly, my father will not be attending our wedding. I've always cared for my father and hope he can be given the space he needs to focus on his health. I would like to thank everyone who has offered generous messages of support. Please know how much Harry and I look forward to sharing our special day with you on Saturday. Now, in hindsight, just as a little bit of a side note here, it's very telling that, okay, she says she's always cared for her father. Okay, well, where in this public statement does she then say, I hope he gets better soon? I hope he makes a full recovery without any further delay. She says that she's cared for her father, but she doesn't show it in her words. It's very cold. It's very matter of fact, right? And so that, first and foremost, is total red flag city, right? As far as I'm concerned. But that red flag city is confirmed by this, where she literally turns round, according to Tom Bower, and I believe him, where she says weeks before the ceremony that, quote, I hope my father won't be coming to the wedding. Why do you think she would have said that? Why? Okay, at the time, you know, I remember the Markles, they were speaking to press. I remember that. They were speaking to press. There was a lot, and I mean a lot, of interest in Meghan Markle at the time. Who she was, where she came from, her childhood, what she did as she was growing up, her past, her acting, her philanthropy, even her fashion sense, right? A lot of interest at that point in Meghan Markle. And so it was freaking obvious to an amoeba with special needs that mainstream media was going to approach a family and ask for stories. Get the inside track about Mexit before she officially entered the royal family, this, that and the other. Now, Mexit, mark my words, would have been warned by the firm, the royal family, and said, look, you're entering this world. Best believe the media are going to contact your family. So, why didn't she organise with the palace to work with her family to make sure that they were, let's say, all on the same hymn sheet? To make sure that her family was debriefed in terms of how to deal with the media in this scenario, in this situation. Because I remember the Markle family have turned round and said, not once has Megxie reached out to them and be like, okay, we're going to help you with the whole media scrutiny. Megxie was at pains to help her mum with that, but not with her father and Samantha Markle and Thomas Markle Jr. She completely, it seemed like on the face of it, as far as I'm concerned, abandoned them to the media. She abandoned them to the mainstream media and didn't help them in terms of how to deal with them, this, that and the other. Then, you not to be what is it, but you reap what you sow. If you don't help them in terms of how to manage that kind of scrutiny from mainstream media, which was next level, right? This wasn't just mainstream media once knocking on their door, get an interview, and then bogging off. This was relentless. Them contacting the Markle family to get more details about Meghan Markle. They were under extreme scrutiny. And I would say extreme pressure to offer up details to the mainstream media. And so they did. Fine. Don't have any issues with that. But Mexit clearly did. Well, you got issues with that, then fix the issue. Don't just abandon them. No. Help them. Teach them how to deal with such massive media scrutiny in that regard. That was next level. Next level. But no, she allowed it to continue, as far as I'm concerned. Why? Because opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, it fell right into her trap of her playing victim. Of her turning around and saying, look at what my family's doing to me in the mainstream media. They won't shut up. They're attacking me, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. They're not respecting my privacy, blah, 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 blah. Fell right into the trap of that victim narrative. Very, very, very manipulative of her. Again, my humble opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. She let it play out to the point where when her father did that photo shoot, that was a trap. To me, that was a trap. That wasn't his fault. That was a trap. And that was the ultimate scenario that Megxie need. The ultimate justification that Megxie need at that point to block her father attending the wedding. Because weeks before the ceremony, weeks before that photo shoot even happened, that again, I believe Thomas Markle Sr. was set up on that. She said, I hope my father won't be coming to the wedding. She was looking for any excuse that would justify blocking her father attending the wedding. And through a culmination of everything that happened up to that point of that photo shoot, she got a justification in the end. She was able to, as far as I'm concerned, block her father attending that wedding. And that was her plan all along. Because guess what happened in the end? She got the future King Charles to walk her down the aisle instead. You see, that looks better, doesn't it? In her eyes. Future king walking me down the aisle. Look at me, aren't I so important? And an alleged narcissistic nutbag from hell's eyes. That looks better than a father doing it. In my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. More wedding wackiness on the way. Next up, did Meghan Markle plan Mexit on her wedding night to Prince Harry? More bombshells coming out from Tom Bower's book Betrayal for this recap that you guys do not want to miss. So if you haven't done so already, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below on the replay, your opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. Again, those watching on the replay, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. But for those watching on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys. Yeah, sorry about that little bit snafu at the end. I pressed the wrong button. It happens on a periodic basis. But yeah, it's there. It's on the internet. It's done. We're Gucci. Let's crack on with the next topic in this section of wedding wackiness. And so, reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal, did Meghan Markle plan Mexit on her wedding night? It certainly seems that way to me when I read Betrayal. Let's get into the details right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because a lot of people think that the idea of Mexit was birthed at this moment right here. Okay, so in the last few months, it was reported of a resurfaced clip from the Service of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey in November 2018. It was analysed by lip-reading expert Nicola Hickin in a Channel 5 documentary, Lip Reading the Royals, The Secret Conversations. Now, one key moment appears to show Meg's is seemingly telling her husband that he needs to, quote, do it tonight. Now, there's no real confirmation as to what she's referring to, but a lot of people are speculating that she was encouraging Hazard to essentially initiate Mexit at that point. Now, this is the thing. According to Tom Bower in Betrayal, the birth of Mexit happened way before any of that. It happened, apparently, on the wedding night of Hazard and Mexit, with palace officials even clocking this. So Tom Bower reports those later dissecting the event with, he calls her Kate, just quoting directly from him, guys, were less enthusiastic. Meghan's guest list for the ceremony and dinner included Hollywood celebrities whom she barely knew. The exclusion from the same dinner of some of Harry's oldest friends did not go unnoticed. Meghan's apparent dislike of rowdy Englishmen who shared Harry's fondness for crude jokes had been detected. She scoffed that on Fridays, Harry's friends oiled their guns for the weekend, recalled a palace official. That signalled, they speculated, get this, her intention to eventually return to California. At the end of the wedding day, the gulf between Meghan and the royal family was firmly entrenched. Firmly entrenched. And this is the thing. It wasn't just a fleeting notion Megxie had that she didn't think about again until, let's say, a few years later. No. Tom Bower explained that when Hazard and Megxie came back from their honeymoon, they went to see Prince William and Princess Catherine, both couples to essentially try and resolve their differences at that point. Now, of course, history's shown that didn't happen. But this is what Tom Bower wrote after Hazard and Megxie left that reconciliation meeting, saying, returning to Nottingham Cottage, Meghan and Harry were distraught. Sitting in their drawing room, it would be easy to surmise that Meghan's outlook towards a new family hardened, and that beyond Harry's comprehension, his wife was consumed by a new determination. She hated people who refused to recognise her importance and wished to destroy those standing in her way to stardom. And Megxie's focus was stardom, right? A lot of us believe that, including myself. But in particular, Hollywood stardom. Megxie seemingly could not wait for the wedding decorations to be taken down before taking steps to leave the royal family for Hollywood, right? Because as Tom Bower writes, immediately after her wedding, Meghan resumed contact with her agents in California and tasked them to quietly build the foundations for her return to California. Leaving Britain, Meghan would say, gave us a chance to create that home we had always wanted. So, immediately after her wedding, she was already scheming, it seems, to exit the royal family. There was, it seems, and I do believe this, no firm, lifelong commitment from Megxie to perform her duty as a member of the royal family to the British public. Once she got her prize, once she married Hazard and had the castles and all this lot, she was like, right, I'm going back to Hollywood as a member of the royal family, and I'll just be able to saunter in, become A-list straight away, this, that, and the other, and make my millions there. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. And it wasn't until a couple of years later, right, according to Tom Bower, that, you know, she then resumed her plan to exit the royal family. This was, it seems, continuous during her time in the royal family. Because 7 months later, Megxie continued her scheming to plan and implement Mexit by speaking to her friends about it, by laying down the groundwork of Mexit with her friends. As Tom Bower writes here, Meghan poured out her grief to her American girlfriends. The golden days of the wedding, a mere 7 months earlier, were long forgotten. During those frequent calls, Meghan's friend commiserated and encouraged her disdain about the royal family. They supported a desire to shine like Californian glitterati, not live like a hermit with the discretion demanded by Buckingham Palace. They listened sympathetically to her complaints that the hierarchy was stifling her potential. She complained, quote, they're suppressing my creativity. I can't express my true self. She was, quote, fighting in the trenches, she later recalled. Think about it. That last bit there, in my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, she's literally describing being in the royal family as being a soldier in the middle of a war. Because she said it was like she was fighting in the trenches. To me, guys, that's certainly an extreme, negative, insano thing to say. And guys, it wasn't just Mexit that was starting to have these extreme negative feelings towards the royal family. Mexit was, I could get my teeth back in, sorry. Prince William was as well. Sorry. Let me try that again, okay? Because I am so getting mixed up here at the moment. I don't think I fully recovered from that 11-hour marathon, I'll tell you that right now. It wasn't just Mexit, right, that was starting to have these extreme negative feelings towards the royal family. Mexit was as well. Because Tom Bower dropped this major bombshell in his book saying that Mexit was convinced that Prince William had even controlled his wedding. So it wasn't just Mexit that was having these extreme negative feelings towards the royal family, likening it to literally fighting in the trenches, being in a war. You also have Mexit as well, according to Tom Bower, being convinced that somehow Prince William had even controlled his wedding. Hang on a minute. Didn't he say to the Queen what Mexit wants, Mexit gets? If he was taking that stance, then how the hell could Prince William even have an inch of control over the wedding in the first place? If he wouldn't even let the Queen in on it, if that makes sense. And Mexit starting to have these extreme negative feelings towards the royal family. This was not by accident. As members of the royal family were actually getting concerned about Meg's influence over Mexit, in particular, Tom Bower notes Queen Camilla in having these concerns. Writing, quote, in hindsight, Camilla would conclude that in the months after their wedding, Harry had been radicalised by Meghan. Now, Mexit did not stop in radicalising Mexit. And she continued to put in the mechanics to leave the royal family and take Mexit with her. And she did so by having the baby shower for Archie in New York. And again, that was no accident. For me, hindsight, this was her first physical action of going back to America and replanting her roots there as part of the Mexit plan. And while she was in the East Coast, she firmly had her eye on the West Coast, continuing her conversations with people in Hollywood. Again, we've got Tom Bower right in here. While Meghan secretly negotiated a return to California and openly pitched Hollywood producers to re-establish her acting career, Harry went through the motions of creating a separate office for the Sussexes' own charities in London. And so it seems that the only person who knew of Meg's attempts to return back to Hollywood and restart her acting career, and essentially the Mexit plan, was Mexit. Again, let's go back to what Tom Bower wrote. Harry was aware of Meghan's transaction to establish the Sussexes' financial foothold in America. Harry had also agreed to tell his personal family story in a series called Mental Wellness with Apple TV. The producer would be Oprah Winfrey. Everything was falling into place for a headline-grabbing exit from Britain. And guys, if you think it all stops there, it doesn't. So remember the unprecedented statement Mexit released at the beginning of the relationship, attacking the media, demanding that they leave Mexit alone. Well, this was also potentially another step that Mexit and Mexit were taking towards Mexit. As Tom Bower writes, attacking the media would be the Sussexes' curtain raiser to leaving Britain. And ultimately, their declaration of war was to be broadcast in South Africa. Now, we all know, right, that broadcast was from that infamous interview with Tom Bradby, where he asks Mexit, "Are you okay?" And she goes, "Oh, melodramatic on our butts." Well, this is the thing. It wasn't just Tom Bradby that she did this to and set further seeds for Mexit. She also did this to none other than Hillary Clinton as well. So going back to what Tom Bower writes here, on the 12th of November, Hillary Clinton visited Meghan at Frogmore House. As Meghan unloaded her anxieties, Clinton offered her unqualified understanding. Meghan's treatment, Clinton believed, was heartbreaking and wrong. In the politician's opinion, Meghan's meteoric rise was being crushed by the royal family. The Sussexes, she believed, were struggling to have a life of meaning and integrity on their own terms. Clinton, it appeared, had willingly participated in Meghan's well-crafted choreography to escape from the royal family. But going full circle here, if anyone believes that Mexit was, I don't know, was thought up a couple of months before they left, within a year before they left, no, it wasn't. Tom Bower and his sources, and I believe them, and you make up your own minds on this, Mexit literally, according to source, was already having her eye on the exit of the royal family on her wedding night. She already was thinking about Mexit as soon as she married Azza. I believe Tom Bower and his sources. Do you? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. Wedding wackiness continues as going through Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, he finally settles the bridesmaid dress story between Meghan Markle and Princess Catherine. Who actually made who cry? I think you can guess the answer to this, but it's nice to see Tom Bower, Opinion Conspiracy Theory, whatever, confirming who made who really cry in this story. So with those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, we'll be getting on to the next topic in a moment for this Tom Bower recap. But nice little thank you to Anna Chadroni for the $5 Casper books. Casper appreciates it and says thank you as well. I know you guys can't see him on the Casper cam at the moment. He's literally laid next to me by my feet. He really likes my feet, guys. Like, really likes my feet. He thinks my feet are hands that are going to stroke him. But, yeah, I've got a few scratches on my feet because he doesn't understand. Well, they really are. It's so cute. He's so cute. I absolutely adore him. But anywho, Anna Tredoni, thank you so much for the Casper books. Casper appreciates it. That'll go towards a nice little new toy for him for next week. But with that being said, let's crack on because there's even more to get through in terms of me bringing you the highlights of Tom Bower's new book, Betrayal, the stories you don't know yet. So let's get into the next one as I can get my breath back. So, you know the whole bridesmaid dress story of who made who cry? Well, Tom Bower, as far as I'm concerned, has finally settled the story on this one. He's finally, as far as I'm concerned, confirmed who made who cry. Was it Mexit that was the cause? Or was it Princess Catherine that was the cause? I think you guys can guess the answer to this. But it's nice to see Tom Bower, as far as I'm concerned, confirming it. So let's find out what he writes about this right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because Tom Bower, in his book Betrayal, totally, as far as I'm concerned, finally settles the story as to who made who cry during that infamous bridesmaid fitting dress situation, right? Was it Mexit or was it Princess Catherine? And so here, right, we all remember when Mexit said on that Oprah interview that it was Princess Catherine who made her cry during the bridesmaid dress fitting. Well, Tom Bower has just entered the chat, and Megsy's not going to be happy about this. So let's get to what he says in a moment. First up, here, Mexit says, the Duchess went on to say that she didn't want to be disparaging to anyone, but simply wanted to clear the air. It was a really hard week of the wedding and she was upset about something, but she owned it and she apologised. And she brought me flowers and a note apologising. She did what I would do if I knew that I hurt someone, to just take accountability for it. So Megsy's turning around and saying, Princess Catherine made me cry. And it was Princess Catherine that then apologised to me and sent me flowers, this, that and the other. Well, like I said, Tom Bower has just entered the chat and Megsy's not going to be happy about this. And so he explains that Givenchy's Claire Wright Geller at that time had produced what was considered a poorly fitting wedding dress for Meghan, right? And that similarly, the dresses for the bridesmaids were baggy as well. So much so that 3-year-old Princess Charlotte at the time had burst into tears after trying on the dress. And Kensington Palace staffer had summoned a West End tailor to try and fix the thing. And the West End tailor, he was called AJ Maypuri, and he revealed that the whole thing was ill-fitting and needed to be recut. And the text messages show that Princess Catherine had told Megsyt about the problem. And Megsyt texted back, I told you the tailor has been standing by since 8 a.m. here at Kensington Palace. Can you take Princess Charlotte to have it altered as the other mums are doing? And Princess Catherine is like, no, all the dresses need to be remade. And so when they finally met for Princess Charlotte's fitting, Princess Catherine was anxious. And Tom Bower explains that Princess Catherine at the time had just given birth to Prince Louis 3 weeks earlier. And so Princess Catherine at the time, her emotions were still fragile, still running high, right? With the hormones and everything. And Megsy's attitude during the refitting of Princess Charlotte's dress just caused additional stress for Princess Catherine to then have a tearful outburst. Not only about the dress for Princess Charlotte, but also about the numerous complaints of Megsy's treatment towards her staff. And so Tom Bower explains the story and confirms in his book, as far as I'm concerned, that, yeah, it was Megxit that caused Princess Catherine to cry. Not the other way around. Not how Megxit retold it in that Oprah interview. And like I said, you know how essentially Megxit turned round and said that Princess Catherine sent her some flowers to apologise? Well, that's a half-truth. That's a half-truth from Megxit. Because she said in the Oprah interview, a few days before the wedding, she was upset about something pertaining to flower girl dresses and it made me cry. Firstly, it wasn't flower girl dresses, it were bridesmaid dresses. And it really hurt my feelings. I thought in the context of everything else that was going on in those days leading to the wedding, it didn't make sense to not be just doing what everyone else is doing, which was trying to be supportive, knowing what was going on with my dad and whatnot. First and foremost, she didn't want her dad to be at the wedding in the first place, as I reported earlier on in the stream, which I'll release as a separate video. But secondly, yeah, Princess Catherine did send Megxit some flowers to try and reconcile. But it wasn't because she caused Megxit to cry. It was the other way around, you guys. It was the other way round. And Tom Bower himself, in the book Betrayal, corroborated that Princess Catherine did send Megxit flowers. However, the difference is, where Megxit claimed, as I just read out there, that she was in a forgiving mood, Tom wrote that she wasn't. Saying here, despite Kate's distress, she had sought peace by personally delivering a bunch of flowers to Meghan. That offering had not resolved the situation. Any sentimentality had vanished long ago. So, going around full circle here, as far as I'm concerned, Tom Bower has officially confirmed, once and for all, who made who cry. It was Megxit that made Princess Catherine cry, not the other way around. Not how Megxit tried to explain it in that awful Oprah interview. So for me, that story is now confirmed. Megxit made Princess Catherine cry. End of. Done and dusted. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We're going to get into the next section of this recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Everything you don't know yet about what's in the book. This next section is on family friction. And the first topic there is Prince Harry was purposely kept in the dark by the royal family over the Queen's health. That has now been confirmed by Tom Bower, and I definitely believe him on this one. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys. With that being said, let's get into the next section. We still have a lot to cover in this recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. So we're getting into the next section, family friction. Prince Harry was purposely kept in the dark by the royal family over Queen Elizabeth's health. When I can get my teeth back in. You will not believe what Tom Bower wrote about this, so let's get into it right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because we all know the reports, right? On the day that Queen Elizabeth II passed away, Hazza wasted time arguing with the royal family, trying to get Mexit to come along with him to Balmoral, and that in doing so, he essentially missed his chance of a final goodbye to his grandmother before she passed away. What, as far as I'm concerned, we didn't know up until now, thanks to Tom Bower and his book Betrayal, is that the royal family had so much distrust in him that with the lead up to Queen Elizabeth's passing, Prince Harry was actually kept in the dark about her health. This is what Tom Bower wrote. At the end of the day, Harry returned to Frogmore, anticipating his imminent return to Los Angeles. Deeply disturbed by the royal household, Harry had been purposely kept ignorant of events occurring in Scotland. That night, 7th of September 2022, Edward Young, the Queen's private secretary, was near his 96-year-old sovereign at Balmoral. The Queen's life he knew was ebbing away. Think about it. Do you blame the royals for keeping Hazza in the dark? When it came to Queen Elizabeth II's ill health at that point, I don't. Do you? I think they made the right call there. Because think about it. Ever since King Charles had publicly announced that he was diagnosed with cancer and that he was going through treatment, what's Hazza done? Publicly commented on it. Infamously saying, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing here, that he doesn't know how long his father's got left. Why the hell would you say that publicly about the king? When the king has been at pains to not disclose really that much about his cancer and treatment. And fair play to him, that's personal private information. But he doesn't want that out in public, hey, that's fair enough. Him just even saying that he's suffering from cancer and going through treatment is unprecedented in of itself. For him to be that open to the public about that, right? Hazza, though, betraying his trust. I don't know how long he's got left. Shiz the freaking bed. Think about it if it was the other way around here. If the royal household and the royal family actually did keep Hazza up to date about the Queen's decline in health at that point, and what he would be saying then in public. He was already saying enough in public at that point. Because up to that point, think about it. You had the Oprah interview that had come out and the Cut interview that had come out. All in a continuation of Hazza and Megsy's efforts to attack the royal family, attack the British public, and throw us all under the bus. So the royals had realised very quickly after Mexit they couldn't trust him or Megsy at all. And even in Hazza's book Spare, he confirmed that the royals told him nothing, proving Tom Bower, as far as I'm concerned, right. As Hazza wrote the following in Spare, as reported by the BBC. He said, when the plane started to descend, I saw that my phone lit up. It was a message from Meg. Call me when you get this. I looked at the BBC website. My grandmother had died. My father was king. He found out that his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, had passed away from mainstream media. The royals had kept him in the dark so much, and quite rightly so, that he found out that Queen Elizabeth II had passed away at the same time as the rest of the public did. The royal family was treating him like he was just like the rest of the public. For someone like Prince Asa, that has got to sting. Now, Prince Asa went on to say that King Charles told him not to bring Mexit with him, saying that that didn't make any sense, and actually they were disrespectful. I didn't tolerate it. Harry recalls, don't even think about speaking about my wife like that, saying that to his father. Regretfully, he writes, he stammered that he simply didn't want it to fill up with people. Nobody's wife was going, not even Kate, he told me, so Meg shouldn't either. And then Prince Harry said, then you should have started with that. Excuse you? He then said, I spent almost the whole flight looking at the clouds, reliving the last time I'd spoken to my grandmother. We'd been chatting at length 4 days before. We touched on lots of issues, her health, of course, the chaos in Downing Street, the Braemar Games, which she was sorry not to have been able to attend because she wasn't well. We also spoke about the devastating drought. Meg and I were staying at Frogmore and the lawn was in a really bad state. It's like my head, Granny, full of bald spots and brown patches. She burst out laughing. I told her to take care of herself and that I hoped we'd see each other soon. And time he landed, that's when he found out from the news that the Queen had passed away. Saying, I put on my black tie, got out of the plane under heavy rain and raced up to Balmoral in a borrowed car. So, Tom Bower, writing here that Harry had been purposely kept ignorant of events that were happening in Scotland. In particular, the declining health of the late Queen Elizabeth II. I totally believe it. When essentially, as far as I'm concerned, Hazza corroborates it right here in his own memoir, Spare. And after everything that he had done up to that point, to attack the royal family publicly and throw them under the bus, them and us, the British public, when it came to the two big things at that point, the Oprah interview and the Cut interview, I do not blame the royal family for keeping Harry in the dark on purpose when it came to the declining health of Queen Elizabeth II. Because think about it this way, right? I'm going to leave you on this before we get on to the next topic. If the palace actually kept Hazza updated every step of the way as to what was going on with Queen Elizabeth II and her decline in health, what do you think Hazza would do with that information? Publicly. In interviews and appearances, this, that and the other. Think about what he's already said publicly about his father, King Charles, ever since he announced that he's suffering from cancer and he's undergoing treatment for it. He's doing that to King publicly. Anyone that would say, oh, but he wouldn't do that to the Queen is deluding themselves and needs to have a brain transplant immediately. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. Next up, can't even believe this is an actual title. Tom Bower. This was one of like the biggest bombshells, right? In this book, right? Meghan Markle demanded that she be treated like a god in the royal family. Yeah, we can file this one under nuts with a capital N. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. You do not want to miss that. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef The Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning into this video. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, before we get on to the next topic, a couple of thank yous. Chris Mills, hey up, Chris, thank you so much for the £5 Casper bucks. Saying, Skipper like cats. I have had prefers fish in jelly, salmon especially. Has Casper been brought up on meat or has he tried fish? So he has a mixture. His diet is varied. So I have him on this brand called Carny Love, which is extremely high quality cat food, a complete and balanced formula to satisfy the cat's instinctive love of meat. It's grain free, it's sugar free. This one is rich in turkey, enriched with valerian root. Now, the beginning of this stream, as I usually do now, I give you guys a choice and vote which one I'm going to feed Casper in the evening for this stream. And I gave you the choice between turkey and duck. Duck won. And so here, duck enriched with catnip. Again, from Carny Love. Not sponsored, but I would not say no because this is definitely Casper approved. He loves this stuff. It is a little bit more on the pricier side, I have to admit. Hence, your Casper books definitely help with feeding Casper. But for me, I don't have children. I can't have children. I'm okay with that. Really, I've never wanted to have kids anyway since I was like a teenager. So I'm really Gucci with that. Don't get me wrong. I've not got a maternal bone in my body. I really don't. I'm okay with that. Yeah, believe me. But Casper, he's my baby. And so I treat him as such. I treat him like he's my own child. Some of you guys might not get that, but anywho, so I want to give him the best that I can provide. And Carny Love for me is the best that I can provide. But this is the thing. There's also the salmon flavor with Carny Love. There's also trout, and this is all real. It's real salmon, it's real trout, it's real duck, it's real turkey. Like, it's not what would you call it, fakely manufactured or all like that. It's all real, so it's high quality cat food. So yeah, he's got a mixture of fish and meat, so there's that variety that he's got in his diet. But I also feed him Purina Daily Probiotic sachets. I also give him, and again, this is all thanks to your Casper books, I also give him daily treats that are actually healthy treats for him. So there's one set of treats that I give him that help with his teeth, to essentially brush his teeth, keep his teeth healthy and clean. And there's another set of healthy treats that I give him that helps bolster his immune system, because the little mite, he has been diagnosed with a lifelong condition called cat flu. And so anything that I can do to help the little dude bolster up his immune system, I'm going to do. So yeah, that's his diet pretty much in a nutshell. Gene Rick, hey up, Gene Rick. Absolute OG of OGs in this community. Appreciate your face, hey up. Woot woot, 54 months, would not be listening to anyone else, Steph. Appreciate you, thank you so much. And thank you for the Ginger Doggy Fighting Arts moment. I love it, love it, love it. For those that don't know, let me initiate you. This is a ginger doggy, and there's hearts coming from the tail. And when you lift the tail from a doggy, what's directly underneath? The butthole. Therefore, this is a ginger doggy fighting arts moment. You'll never be able to ever see it ever again. You are so very welcome. Always puts a smile on my face, so thank you so much for that, Jane. And thank you so much for jumping into today's gifting wars, gifting one leadership to one of you lucky lots out there. So everyone say, hey up to our newest leader, courtesy of the OGs of OGs herself, Jean Rick. Lisa Boo, thank you so much for your continued support for the leadership for the last 44 months, saying, let's get the likes to 500 and achieve a monkey. Much love, Steph and all. Yes, if you haven't already thumbed up this live stream, why the hell haven't you done so? It's free and it really does help this live stream. So if you can't contribute any Casper books, not a problem. No drama, llama. The least you can do, thumbs up this live stream. It really, really does help. Like, I'm not even overstating that. Helps any YouTuber when you thumbs up their video or their live stream. So I'd really encourage you to do that too. All the YouTubers that you watch, that you like watching. Anyone that it might be, don't matter. Like their stuff. Again, it really, really helps with the algorithm. And MPNG Creed Menace, thank you so much for the £2 Casper book, saying, has a still been a wanker. I've not heard that phrase. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Dude. Snaps and claps for you on that one. And Aussie Queen of the Ruse has just found my favourite super chat sticker, the Ginger Doggy Fighting Arts moment. Thank you so much for the $3.99 Casper books. With that being said, let's get into the next story as I provide you guys with a recap of everything you do not know when it comes to Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, on Harry and Mexit. And this one was one of the biggest bombshells, as far as I'm concerned, that came out of this book as I was reading it the other day live on this channel. Meghan Markle, does she just demand that she be treated like a god in the royal family? Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? And we can file this one under nuts with a capital N. Because Tom Bower, you gotta see it to believe it, he wrote the following in his book Betrayal. Quote, another official lamented that the Californian, i.e. Mexit, refused to grasp that the royal family is the nation's family and a national obsession. The royals may appear to be ordinary people, but to maintain the monarchy, they relied on the public's willingness to treat them like gods. Meghan, the advisor belatedly realised, thought that she should also be treated as a god. It was clear that Meghan was ignoring all the advice. Meghan, one muttered, saw the prince as her prize. This sent shivers down my spine. Because as I was reading that, in that mammoth 11-hour live stream that I gave you earlier on this week, as of the time of me doing this story right now, I asked Google over this weekend as I was doing some research, what kind of person would want to be treated like a god? And are these kinds of people dangerous? I asked Google this. And this is a horror story. Because this is what Google told me. A person who demands to be treated as a god typically possesses a god complex, an unshakable, highly dogmatic belief in their own infallibility, superiority, and entitlement to special treatment. This behaviour is closely associated with narcissistic personality disorder, which is NPD, megalomania, or mania. These individuals are considered highly dangerous in terms of interpersonal, emotional, and sometimes physical safety, as they often exhibit a complete lack of empathy and a desire to manipulate or exploit others to serve their ego. I told you this was a horror story. Now, this is all alleged, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, but I believe Tom Bower. And I am so certain of his sources. I totally trust his sources. Why? Because Hazard and Mexit haven't taken steps to try and sue him. I'm just saying. But let's continue. Because, guys, it gets worse. So here's the personality profile of the God complex. The person demanding divine treatment often exhibits the following traits. 1. Extreme grandiosity and entitlement. They place themselves on a pedestal, believing they are above common rules and societal norms. 2. Infallibility. They truly believe they can do no wrong and that their insights are unquestionable. 3. Uncontrollable need for adulation. They demand constant admiration and unquestioning obedience. 4. Fragile self-esteem. Despite the grandiosity, the behaviour often stems from deep insecurity or unresolved trauma, which is neglect or overpraise in childhood. And 5. Charismatic manipulation. They often cooperate like a cult of one, recruiting admirers while viewing those who disagree as enemies or fools. I don't know about you, but Google right there, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, has just described Meghan to a T. Don't you think? That just is, you could just put underneath, example, Meghan Markle, aka Mexit, aka alleged nutbag narcissistic douche from hell. And it would make sense. It would make sense as far as I'm concerned. Now let's get even more scarier here. Because Google dives in more into this whole thing of, well, are these kinds of people dangerous? And Google doesn't pull any punches here. Yes, they are considered dangerous. While they may not all be physically violent, they are psychologically and emotionally destructive. So here, there are 5 points. Point number 1, destructive exploitation. They treat people as objects or tools to be used for personal gain, disregarding the well-being of others. 2, megalomania and paranoia. In extreme cases, megalomania, this grandiosity becomes delusional, leading to destructive, high-risk or totalitarian behaviours. 3, gaslighting and control. They frequently use gaslighting to deny others reality and manipulate situations to keep control. 4, aggressive reaction to criticism. Because their ego is fragile, they interpret constructive feedback as a personal attack, leading to intense jealousy, anger, and retaliation. And 5, lack of responsibility. They refuse to accept blame for their actions, projecting failures onto others. Again, you could put underneath there, example, Meghan Markle, a.k.a. Mexit, a.k.a. narcissistic nutbag from hell. My opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. And that is just, as far as I'm concerned, describe Mexit to a T right there. Totally. Tell me I'm wrong. Try and tell me I'm wrong there. Try. Shiz the freaking bed. Now, it goes into the clinical context as we finish off here. While the God complex is a colloquial term, it sits within the spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, or antisocial personality disorder. It's important to note that this is different from a superiority complex, which is generally a coping mechanism. A God complex is more pathological. And if you're dealing with someone like this, experts often advise maintaining strict distance due to the high risk of, get this, emotional abuse and manipulation. Now, I'm not saying for definite that Mexit is all of this, right? Not confirming that at all. I'm saying, in my humble opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, from my research and from what I've reported when it comes to Mexit and her behaviour and what she says, this, that and the other, in my opinion, like I said, you might as well put underneath all of that example, living example, Meghan Markle, a.k.a. Mexit, a.k.a. narcissistic nutbag from hell. And to me, I'd be like, yep, great example. And guys, just going back to Mexit and her wanting to be treated like a god, this to me indicated that she had no clue about what her life would be like after marrying Harry. And palace officials clocked onto this as well. As Tom Bower writes here in Betrayal, by then those palace officials closely involved had concluded that both Meghan and the royal family had unrealistic expectations about her life after the marriage ceremony. For Meghan's part, she clearly refused to accept any restrictions. Yeah, she clearly refused to accept any restrictions. Why? Because she thought that she'd be treated like a god. Not only by the royal family, but by the British public. Yeah, on behalf of the British public, she can freaking bog off with that nonsense. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We are no way done yet in terms of me providing you guys with a recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Everything you guys don't know yet of what he reported in that book. Next up, get this. You know when Meghan Markle was working on the creation of her own royal coat of arms as she was entering the royal family? Well, she made an insane demand that could have actually been considered illegal in that particular realm. What the deuce is going on there? Well, those watching live, you don't want to miss that. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay where you are. But those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, before we get on to the next topic in this bumper recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, I just want to thank everyone that's watching live at the moment. I really do appreciate your faces, especially you guys watching live. Thank you so much. If you haven't done so already, do like this stream. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm, and it really does help YouTube content creators as a whole. I always encourage it. If you are watching any YouTuber that you like and you support, best thing you can do, not only to subscribe to them, but to like their stuff as well. Really helps that content creator and the YouTube algorithm there. So do it. It's free. Why not? And special thank you to be good mates, the Sidley twins. Hey up, guys, you didn't have to do this. But it's so kind of you anyway. If you're living under a rock, make sure you subscribe to them. They will be back. I know they've been away at the moment, up in Canada, on tour with Nancy's boyfriend. Ding! Drink. Hey up, guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the very, very kind $49.99 Casper books. Casper says, meow, meow. Really appreciates it. Again, yes, he's not on the Casper cam at the moment. He wants you to respect his privacy, guys. He's doing a Mexit. He's like, you guys are going to respect my privacy right now. So yeah, Casper's doing a Mexi at the moment, so do bear with him. But Sidleys, I love you guys. Can't wait for you to be back. I know Stephanie has been telling me that they'll be back soon. Maybe sooner than you think. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. But keep an eye out. They're coming back with a bang. I'll tell you that right now. I know a lot of you guys have missed them. I've missed them too. Like, when I was setting up this stream earlier on, usually when I'm setting it up, they go on before me, and I like to listen to them and watch them as I'm, like, doing the last-minute bits for my own stream. And today it was weird, because, Sidleys, you weren't on live. It really threw me, because, you know, I like routine, and, yeah, it threw me a bit. Anywho, everyone's probably like, Steph, crack on now. Okay, I'm going to crack on. Next, Tom Bower bombshell that you guys may not know yet. Meghan Markle made what would be considered, I would say, an insane illegal demand when it came to the creation of a royal coat of arms. What's going on? Let's get into it right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because did Meghan Markle make what some would consider, in this particular world, an insane illegal demand over the creation of a royal coat of arms? So... as I get me voice back myself, and you'll get that reference in a moment, let's start from the beginning here, because do you guys remember this? When Mexit compared herself to the Little Mermaid in that Oprah interview, right? I mean, here's the headline from the Daily Mail. Who is Ursula, the evil sea witch? Viewers take to social media after Meghan compares herself to Disney's The Little Mermaid because she meets her prince and has to lose her voice. Wah. In that bombshell interview with Oprah. Well, guys, it looks like Mexit, believe it or not, was planning that narrative before she even married into the royal family, you guys. Here, okay, you got to see it to believe it, is what Tom Bower writes in the book Betrayal. On the Queen's orders, Meghan, the new Duchess of Sussex, was to have her own coat of arms. The design would be supervised by Thomas Woodcock, the Garter Principal King of Arms. Meghan's arrival in Woodcock's office was unexceptional. Every newly created peer visited to discuss his or her title and every aspect of Britain's heraldry for their elevated position. The Californian had entered into an alien world of ancient British families, chivalry, and their symbols. She would have been surprised to hear that Woodcock's annual salary, set in 1618, was just £47, reduced from £100. Woodcock's task was to prevent any embarrassments, but Meghan's request here was unprecedented. Convinced, get this, and I believe it too, that she had been created a duchess in her own right, unrelated to Harry being the Duke, by the way, yeah? She tells Woodcock, quote, I want the coat of arms a songbird with its tongue cut out. Let me repeat that. I want on the coat of arms a songbird with its tongue cut out. She was freaking one step away, just turning round and rephrasing that, saying, I want a mermaid on the coat of arms with her tongue cut out. Oh, and make the hair red. Do you know what I mean? Woodcock, Tom Bower writes, was flummoxed. Any hint of nostalgia was quashed by her moral certitude. The Duchess eventually agreed to a nightingale, but without the image of it being forcibly silenced. And again, let me go back to this. Once she left, once Mexit happened, what did she say in Oprah? In addition to all the other BS she said, right? She compared herself to the Little Mermaid. She met a prince but had to lose her voice. Guess what? She tried to set up that same narrative right at the beginning when she was designing her royal coat of arms. She tried to put in that narrative even then. And I believe Tom Bower, and I do trust his sources on this one. Absolutely. Especially when Megxie herself outed herself saying this. Her saying this means that Tom Bower writing this, it all tracks. It all tracks. Now, let's get into why this, in the world of creating a royal coat of arms, is technically considered, let's say, for want of a better phrase, an insane, mind you, illegal demand. Now, thanks to BradyPus_Rex here on Reddit, he says that there are two hard rules when it comes to the creation of a coat of arms. First one is you don't use someone else's arms as your own. It's because all of heraldry rests on people obeying this. It includes using arms of institutions or places as your own. The second rule is really the one I want to direct your attention to. BradyPus_Rex says, the other hard rule is that you don't say untrue things about yourself. Example, you don't have arms that say you're an archbishop if you're only a bishop. You don't have arms that say you're married if you're single, and so on. As in, you don't say that the royal family is taking your voice away when it didn't. When it didn't. Think about it. Mexit was out there. She was saying things as a member of the royal family that was completely unprecedented. Remember when she talked about feminism? When she was a member of the royal family? That, even though, right, you hear, let's say, celebrities talk about feminism and no one bats an eyelid because, you know, celebrities, blah, 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 right? When it comes to being a member of the royal family, it's different. At that time, you didn't hear members of the royal family be so open and public about their beliefs politically or socially. For Mexit to be a member of the royal family and talk about feminism was groundbreaking for a member of the royal family to do. I call it as it is. It was groundbreaking. It shocked the media. It shocked the British public. We were like, whoa. She said what? She wasn't criticised for saying it. It was more, wow, that was a breath of fresh air. At the time, okay, when it was reported. And she wasn't silenced when it came to causes that she supported. She's the freaking bed. She was a guest editor for an edition of Vogue magazine. She wants silence then. She put everything into that. Well, allegedly, let's say. She wants silence when she did the Vogue magazine. She wants silence when she wrote The Bench. She wasn't silenced when she collaborated to do that cookbook situation at the time. She wasn't silenced at all. She wasn't silenced with her support for the Invictus Games while she was in the royal family. Not at all. She made sure everyone knew what she thought and what she believed in. She made sure everyone noticed her. Everyone knew what she was wearing. I mean, at one point, there was a fascination into what Mexit was wearing. Everyone wanted to copy her style. At one point, I remember the poll showed that she was more popular than Princess Catherine. Believe it, it happened. She wasn't silenced. She wasn't held down. Far from it. Her being in the royal family elevated her and amplified her voice 100 times over and then some around the freaking world. So, going back full circle here, it's absolutely insane that right at the beginning of her entering the royal family, she already tried to manipulate her way to introduce this narrative when designing her royal coat of arms that she was being silenced. And I believe this because she carried on with that narrative in that Oprah interview when she turned round and she said that when she married a prince, she lost her voice, aka the Little Mermaid. She might have as well have turned round to Woodcock and said, put a mermaid on my coat of arms, take away her tongue. Oh, and make sure her hair is red. She might as well have just said that. Absolutely insane. With that being said, those watching live, I am still not done with you guys. We've got even more to recap on the stories you guys do not know yet from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Next up, it was Princess Catherine that clocked first that Mexit was not to be trusted. Let's see what Tom Bower writes on this one. Before we do so, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay where you are, but those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, we still have so much more to get through, so let's get into it. Apparently, it was Princess Catherine that clocked Meghan Markle first for being untrustworthy. But why? Let's get into what Tom Bower wrote about this right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because Looks like Tom Bower has confirmed, as far as I'm concerned, that it was Princess Catherine that clocked first that Meghan Markle was not to be trusted. So this is the thing. Hindsight is everything, right? However, for Princess Catherine, she proved to have very, very keen instincts and insight to identify Meghan Markle as very untrustworthy. Very early on, actually, in Mexit entering the royal family. And so this is what Tom Bower wrote in Betrayal. He says, naturally, Meghan's undisguised disdain for the palace's hierarchy had aroused Kate's distrust. And again, don't shout at me. He calls her Kate. I'm just quoting what he's saying here. Kate did not hide her own suspicions. With that certainty, there was no mystery about Meghan's unwillingness to curtsy to Kate. Her own talent and popularity in that reckoning proved her superiority. Meghan gave the impression that she regarded Kate as an untalented prude who ought to show the respect she, Meghan, deserved. A seeming proof, Kate had recently hired Virginia Chadwick Healy, a former Vogue editor and stylist, to match Meghan with a youthful, lighter haircut and a new wardrobe. Some even came to believe that Meghan saw herself as a more fitting future queen than Kate. While Meghan's certainty of purpose had seduced Harry, her talents had alarmed his brother and Kate. Both knew Harry's problems. He'd had a damaged youth, confused by drink, illicit substances, and therapy after his mother's death, and had been unable to cement a balanced relationship with a woman. Both evidently saw Meghan as a threat rather than an ally. Yet Meghan didn't seem to understand that she couldn't compete with Kate, the future queen, nor accept that her task was to support her. The Cambridges believed that Meghan was not reconciled to what was deemed her destiny in London. She lamented Harry's unlikely chances of one day being king, just as she regretted the possibility that she would never be the queen. Now, to put this into more context, guys, this was written by Tom Bower within the timeline of Megxie and Azza coming back from their honeymoon and going over to the then Cambridge's home for the two couples to try and resolve their differences. Suffice to say, history has proven that that didn't go well. But that happening within that point in the timeline, that's very early on. And this is the thing, right? Princess Catherine clocking that she couldn't trust Megxie that early on into her officially coming into the royal family was very well founded, you guys. Here we go. Kate Middleton will never forgive Meghan Markle after public betrayal. Speaking to OK, a source claimed that the Princess of Wales saw the Oprah interview as the ultimate betrayal and can never forgive the Duchess. So, Princess Catherine, very, very early on, clocking that Megxie just was not to be trusted at all. Well, that paid off. That paid off. Megxie proved Princess Catherine right. What Megxie did, as far as Princess Catherine was concerned, the ultimate betrayal with that Oprah interview. But let's break this down a little bit more, because there's more shocking elements to this particular excerpt. The Megxie thought that Princess Catherine was an untalented prude. That Megxie thought that Princess Catherine didn't show enough respect to her. That Megxie thought that she would be a better queen than Princess Catherine. That Megxie thought that somehow she could compete with Princess Catherine. That Megxie complained that Hazza would never likely be king one day. that Megxit further complained that she would unlikely be queen, that it would never happen in this reality at all. Overall, before we get on to the next topic, let me put it this way to you. And a lot of you guys watching live at the moment, I'm very much aware that a lot of you haven't been able to get your hands on Tom Bower's book Betrayal at the moment, as of the time of me doing this, right? Speaking to you guys right now. Because it's not being released in your country, or I've heard reports that unfortunately there's been delays in Amazon sending you a copy of the book. Got a lot of messages about that. And so let me put it to any of you that are either waiting to get the book, are waiting for the book to be released in your country, or it's been released in your country but you've not bought it yet. When you can, when you have the resources, buy this book now. And for the Sussex Squad members out there, as I like to call them, the morons, no. I'm not getting paid by Tom Bower. I'm not on his payroll. Not like you guys are when it comes to Meghan Markle. Ooh, sting, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. I've not even had the honour or the opportunity to speak to Tom Bower. I won't say no, though. I'll freely admit that. But let me repeat, when you have the capability and the resources to get Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, get it. Buy it. Be like, take my money now. This book, as far as I'm concerned, is better than Revenge. Now, Revenge is brilliant in its own right. No shade to Revenge at all. Betrayal, though, is like next level. It's next level. It's insane. And with the upcoming stories that I've got for you on this channel and in this particular stream that we're going to go through in a moment, the bombshells just keep getting more shocking as we go through them. The next one, did Meghan Markle plant the seed in Harry's head that the royal family was racist before Mexit even happened? Tom Bower, he's got even more bombshells for you guys, and I'm going to recap it for you. So if you don't want to miss that, if you haven't done so already, do not hesitate. Right now, subscribe here to join our Alter Nerd tribe. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd. Like, share, comment down below on the replay, your opinion, conspiracies, theories, whatever's. If you're watching live, stay exactly where you are. But on the replay crew, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, let's crack on with the next topic. And oh my goodness, guys, it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. Let's get this done. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because did Meghan Markle plant the seed in Harry's head that his family was racist before Mexit even happened. Reading through Tom Bower's book Betrayal, bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. And this was a big, massive one that really made my jaw drop to the floor. So let's start from the beginning here, because you know how during the Oprah interview, right, Meghan Markle accused the royal family of being racist, right? Only for Hazza to then try to reframe that narrative a couple of years later during his spare press talk, saying, no, we didn't say that they were racist. Ooh, it's just unconscious biasness. That's what it is, right? Well, it looks like, according to Tom Bower, Mexi planted the seed in Hazza's head that his family was racist long before they actually left the family, long before Mexit actually happened. So here is an excerpt from Tom Bower's book Betrayal, and he writes, as his relationships with his family splintered, Harry seemed to be unaware how Meghan had ruthlessly dished her own family, her uncles, aunts, cousins, and half-sister. Also, I would say her father in that, but anyway. And more important, had done little to contradict the negative description of her generous father in order to justify repudiating him. Encouraging a similar break between Harry and Charles did not seem to trouble Meghan. They're racist, she suggested, was the view to take, and publicly too. Before they even did this Oprah interview, before it was even agreed upon, before it was a apple in their eye, yeah? While she was in the royal family, she encouraged, she put the idea into Hazza's head that his family's racist, and went one step further and was like, and you know what? We need to publicly attack the royal family as being racist too. We're the victims. I'm the victim. They're racist against me. All about me. Royal family evil. Me victim. You victim by association. Blah, 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 blah. So then, for years later down the line after this Oprah interview, for Hazza to turn around and say, oh, no, we didn't call them racist. It's more unconscious biasness. You know what? I believe Tom Bower, and I trust the veracity of his sources here. When Megzi turned round to Harry and put it into his head that the family was racist, and went one step further and said, we need to publicly put that narrative out there against your family. So for Hazza to backtrack with this, trying to deny that they called the royal family racist during that Oprah interview is BS. I mean, I said it was BS anyway, right? Because when headlines were coming out at the time, straight after that Oprah interview was aired, where headlines like this was coming out. Hazza and Megzi accused the royal family of being racist. Who's the royal racist? Who questioned the colour of the skin of the unborn baby Archie? Who's the racist royal that questioned this? Blah, 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 blah. When all those headlines, such as this one, right, came out at the time, not once that I could see did Hazza and Megzi, through their spokesperson, turn around and said, no, we didn't say that. It's more unconscious biasness. No once did they say that from what I could see. They let, as far as I'm concerned, these headlines roll and roll and roll. For 2 years now on. Until Hazza was like, no, we didn't call them racist. It's unconscious biasness, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he did that because this backfired. So, because that backfired, he tried to backtrack. But guess what? This was their plan all along. especially when you read what Tom Bower wrote here, which again, I believe what he writes here. And I totally trust the veracity of his sources. Why? Well, let's put it this way. Haslam and Mexit haven't sued him. To me, that's a big indicator. Big, massive indicator. I mean, it's up to you what you believe. But with all the information that's out there, this tracks, for me anyway. This tracks for me. Literally, guys. According to Tom Bower, and I believe this, Meghan Markle planted the seed in Harry's head that his family was racist before Mexit, before that Oprah interview. And this backtrack now, in light of what Tom Bower wrote there, it's even more BS to me now. Even more BS. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. The bombshells continue to come from Tom Bower's book Betrayal as we continue live my recap of all the stories you guys do not know yet from this book. So if you want to know even more, and of course you do, then do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below on the replay your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatevers. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. Coming up next, Tom Bower writes that King Charles was planning to remove Prince Harry as Counselor of State. Oh, this is a good one. So those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, again, we have more and more to get through. Really, there's so many bombshells here. And so, a lot to cover, a lot to recap. So, let's get on to the next one right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because Tom Bower has provided us with a bombshell and a half, that King Charles was actually planning to remove Prince Harry as Counselor of State. So, for those that don't know, let me start with a little bit of laying down a foundation here. What is a Counselor of State? We're not talking about the line of succession here, okay? We're talking about Counselor of State. And so on the royal website, this is what they say. In the event the king cannot undertake his official duties as sovereign on a temporary basis due to illness or absence abroad, 2 or more councillors of state are appointed by letters patent to act in his majesty's place. So, theoretically, Prince Harry could be called upon as a councillor of state to act on behalf of King Charles if he is ill or if he's abroad, right? In other words, Mexit could temporarily get her wish, and her fella's kind of like king in a way. In a way, right? Ugh, in a way. And so, Tom Bower, and let's get on to what he writes in Betrayal about all this. He actually reported that King Charles was considering taking action on Hazard's status as a Councillor of State. He writes, Charles also planned to amend the Regency Act, removing Harry's status as a Councillor of State, empowered to step in if the king was incapacitated or through his absence if he was abroad, right? Without a British home, Harry would automatically lose his councillor status because he officially doesn't have a British home anymore. Frogmore House was taken away from him. And Hazard himself has turned round and said he is now an American resident. So that gave King Charles an excellent excuse to amend the Regency Act to allow the removal of Harry's status as Councillor of State because he doesn't officially now have a British home kind of thing, right? Now, I thought about this and I thought, okay, well, in a reality where this happened, how would this impact Harry and Meghan if King Charles followed through with this? If King Charles actually removed Harry's status as a Councillor of State? Well, I asked Google, and this is what it told me. Removing Prince Harry as a Councillor of State would primarily formalise his existing de facto exclusion from acting on behalf of the monarch, as he is already a non-working royal residing outside the UK. While this would officially prevent him from deputising during a king's absence, it requires the changing of the Regency Act 1937 to amend eligibility. So, removing Prince Harry as a Councillor of State is no mean feat. And it's extremely symbolic, because it's one of those actions that we want the king to take, we want the royal family to take, to sever an existing link that Hazard has at the moment with the royal family. A lot of us don't want him to have that link. A lot of us don't want him to have any links to the royal family anymore. He's done. Removing Harry's status as Councillor of State would go a long way in doing that. Now, Google went into the key implications of the removal. So, minimal functional impact. Prince Harry has already been sidelined by the addition of Princess Anne and Prince Edward as extra councillors. Legal action is required. Removing him requires a new law from Parliament or an update to the Regency Act to ensure only working royals are included, which, on a side note, Parliament is already looking into changing the law to remove any, let's say, legal ties that the ex-Prince Andrew has when it comes to royal status, i.e. removing him from the line of succession. It's reasonable to think that two birds with one stone, that will also affect Hazard as well. But you've also got to think, with Parliament doing that, they're also going to look at the list of the councillors of state and look at changing the law to make it easier to remove people from that list that are not reputable, i.e. ex-Prince Andrew and Hazard. So, the line of succession, by removing Harry's status as a Councillor of State, it does not affect the line of succession. That would have to be dealt with separately. He would then be replaced by the next eligible royal if he's removed as Councillor of State. As such, it would be Princess Eugenie at the moment. But based on what's going on with the House of York at the moment, who knows, right? And so the requirement for a councillor is to be essentially domiciled in the UK, to actually have a house in the UK that you live at. But he now resides in the United States. So why is he still a Councillor of State? Why is he still listed? And he's not a working member of the royal family either. So again, why is he still listed? So we go back to what Tom Burrow writes here. And let me put it this way. It's half a dozen of one and half a dozen the other here. Because it's brilliant and encouraging, right? To know, and I believe Tom Bower and absolutely trust the veracity of his sources when he writes here that King Charles actually considered to amend the Regency Act, which would enable him to remove Hazard as a Council of State. So, half a dozen of one is the element of, well, King Charles at least considered it, removing Hazard from the list of Council of State. Brilliant. Half a dozen of the other, though, King Charles didn't follow through with that. And unfortunately, it's a little bit of criticism here for the king, from me. Now, anyone that's anyone knows that I'm a royalist. Absolutely. I believe in the royal family. I want them to continue. I want them to succeed. They have my loyalty. Yes, I'm dual nationality. I have Italian citizenship as well. But I am a British citizen and I live in this country. So ultimately, my loyalty is to this country, to my monarch, to the king. Simple as that. But even I have to ask, it's all good and well him considering removing Harry from the line of, from the list of being a Council of State when I could get my teeth back in. My question and criticism, though, is why didn't he follow through? What advice did the king receive that made him decide not to follow through on this? Because for me, if he was considering, at the very least, removing Harry as a Council of State, then to me, I think it's reasonable to also believe that the king has considered removing Hazard from the line of succession as well. Both would require change in law. So it would be pretty much the same process in that regard. So for me, if the king considered removing Harry as a Council of State, why didn't he follow through with that? And whatever the reason was as to why he didn't follow through with removing Harry as Council of State, is it the same reason as to why King Charles hasn't, let's say, followed through in removing Harry from the line of succession? To me, this is linked to the whole line of succession issue that we've got. It is absolutely linked. And this little tidbit here that I wanted to show you, with me providing an overview that highlights of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. This is a very, very interesting excerpt because it throws up and creates more questions than answers. And reading through Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, I get the feeling, there's an instinct that regardless of the so many bombshells, right, that's in this book, that somehow he's still holding back. There's more to this. And Tom Bower's holding back. Why? If that's the case, why? Why? Is it a legal thing, which I can certainly appreciate? But why? What? It's more, what else has he got? What else has he got on this? I'd love to know. Oh my goodness, I would love to know what else he's got on this. He's got something else. It's just an instinct. And this excerpt is an example of many where when I read through it, I was like, there's something more to this. He's holding back. He knows more. But he can't write it in for one reason or another. I respect that. But oh my goodness, if he knows more, I would love to know. I'd love to know. But more there is, because next up, we're going to get into the next section, Meg's manipulation. More bombshells to come in this weekly Bonanza Nerd live stream. Oh my goodness, yeah. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. Next up is the section of Meg's manipulation, and yeah. Meghan Markle's plan to trap Prince Harry. Was it exposed by Tom Bower in the book Betrayal? Did Meghan really manipulate Harry when they met? Tom Bower gives us some details that, for me, indicates a huge, massive hell yes. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share. Comment down below on the replay, your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, shiz the bed. We've still got more coming at you. So let's get into a little bit of fluff going up in the air there. Let's get into the next section of this Bonanza Weekly Nerd live stream. And the next section is all about Meg's manipulation. And yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Tom Bower, from my interpretation, confirmed in his book Betrayal that Meghan Markle really did Google Harry before they met. Let's get into what he wrote about it now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because in Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, based on my interpretation anyway, he indicates that Megxie had a plan to pursue and land Prince Harry as a husband extremely early on. Not only that, but yeah, she Googled Hazard before they met. And again, I believe Tom Bower gives us details that confirms that as well. Now, early on, okay, it looks like she tried to weaponize, first and foremost, her relationship with Hazard to elevate her own status. So let's refer to Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, here. And an excerpt. In September 2016, Meghan was booked to appear at the One Young World Conference in Ottawa. By then, she had been secretly dating Harry for 3 months. Her ambition, she had confessed to her publicist, Gina Nelthorpe-Cowan, was to marry the prince, saying, quote, "With Harry by my side," she had whispered at a London restaurant, "we can change the world." So, right early on in a relationship with Hazard, when it was a secret, right here, black and white, as far as I'm concerned, she already had plans to trap him into marriage. She hadn't known him for long, but she already had plans to marry him. Now, all of this, right, flies in the face of Megxie saying that she had no idea the royal family and didn't Google Prince Harry at all. Here, headline, Meghan Markle didn't Google Prince Harry before their first date. Bull freaking shiz. Because let's put it this way. How did she know, right here, about the potential impact she could have with Harry on the world, in her own words, if she didn't know anything beforehand about him in the first place? This proves to me that she did Google him. Totally and utterly. Now, the next question in all of this is, did she pursue Hazza for the right reasons? Question here is, was she in love with him? Or was it because she needed to land a husband quick for financial reasons? I know which side I'd be on that question. How about you? Because here again is what Tom Bower wrote. Ever since Harry and Meghan met on her initiative on a blind date arranged in July 2016, while she was working at London's Wimbledon Tennis Championships, Meghan had given thanks for her amazing look. At the time, she was on the verge of losing her role in the cable TV series Suits and her Canadian boyfriend Corey Vitello too. Landing Harry had transformed the life of a single, potentially unemployed 34-year-old actress who had just confessed to a publicist that she planned to freeze her ex. Scrambling through Google and newspaper profiles, she discovered how Harry was a confused character, crying out for love and punished for her vulnerability. So, guys, she was on the verge, right, at the time, of losing her lucrative boyfriend, famous chef Corey Vitello, which, just being her girlfriend, that elevated her amongst the Canadian A-list community, right? Canadian society, this, that, and the other. At the same time, she was also on the verge of losing her role in Suits, which, at the time, if you remember this, they tried to spin her exit as her leaving because she was joining the royal family. Here, the headline, one of many at the time. Meghan Markle's Suits exit storyline that allowed her to join the royal family. Meghan Markle's character Rachel Zane was at the centre of Suits. No, it wasn't. So fans were desperate to see how her storyline would end to cover for the star's move to the royal family. She spun it. She was losing her role in Suits at the time. She was going to be written out anyway. So it was absolutely the luck of the freaking Irish that she met Hazza and was able to land him. But all in all, that's two financially lucrative things she had in her life at that point that were going to disappear all at the same time. Losing her boyfriend, famous chef Corey Vitello, and losing her role in Suits. So yeah, it was indeed amazingly luck of the Irish, right, that she met Hazza. Now, on a side note here, okay, just going back to this excerpt, Tom Bower writes that Megxie intended to freeze her ex. Now, this actually tracks and confirms what Meghan Markle said here. I remember this. Samantha Markle said this on an episode she did with, if I remember correctly, Dan Wooten. She says, quote, "My father said 9 months before Archie was allegedly born that Meghan picked up her frozen eggs. I thought that makes sense there. Would a surrogate be involved? But why the secrecy? Instead of lying to the world, just say we're using surrogate." Well, I believe she did. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. Do your own research, come to your own conclusions. Well, if she did indeed use a surrogate, it means that Archie and Lily cannot be in the line of succession because they've got to be born of the body of the mother, i.e. Mexit, to be in the line of succession and not anyone else. So what Samantha Markle says here, just as a little side note, right, tracks with what Tom Bauer says here, that she had just confessed to a publicist that she planned to freeze her eggs. Oh, and you know how again she said that she didn't Google the royal family? Yeah. Well, she did. She did. But going back to all of this, she's the freaking bed. Meghan, as far as I'm concerned, really did Google Harry before they met. Because if she's literally turning round and saying, you know, that it transformed my life, with Harry by my side, we can change the world, this, that, and the other. Here we go. In September 2016, Meghan was booked to appear at the One Young World Conference in Ottawa. By then, she had been secretly dating Harry for 3 months. Her ambition, she had confessed to a publicist, Gina Nelthorne-Corp, was to marry the prince. With Harry by my side, she had whispered at a London restaurant, "We can change the world." Yeah. So, again, for her to turn round and say, "Oh, no, 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 no. I didn't Google him at all. I didn't know about him at all." Okay. Well, if you didn't Google him, you didn't know at all about Harry, then, yeah. How did she know about the potential impact she could have with Harry on the world if she didn't know anything beforehand about him in the first place, if she didn't Google him in the freaking first place? And again, just for those in the back, let me just remind you how again she claims she didn't Google Harry or the royal family. For me, liar, liar, pants on fire. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. The bombshells from Tom Bauer's book Betrayal are just keeping on coming and coming and coming. Next up, did Meghan Markle falsely convert to the Church of England just to marry Harry? This was another situation where when I read this book, my jaw dropped at the floor. I was like, "Yo, what? She's the freaking bed, you guys." So you definitely don't want to miss that. So stay tuned for those watching live. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. For those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Hey up, you guys. So much more to get through. There were so many bombshells. So, in this bumper weekly Nerd Live, let's get on to the next recap of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. And, asking for a friend here, but did Meghan Markle falsely convert to the Church of England just to marry Harry? You won't believe what Tom Bower says about this one. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because, asking for a friend here, did Meghan Markle falsely convert to the Church of England just to marry Harry? Let me put it another way. Did Meghan Markle convert to the Church of England not because she believed in the religion and follows it, but because for her it was just a formality in order to marry Prince Harry? Now, I asked this question for a friend because, starting from the beginning here, this is what Tom Bower wrote in his book, Betrayal. He says, among the formalities designed to teach Meghan about her new life was the service to become a member of the Church of England. Unaware of the teachings of the Bible, she was helped by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury at the time, to understand the religious procedures. To underline its importance, the whole royal family, led by the Queen and Prince Philip, gathered in St. James's Chapel Royal to witness the 30-minute ritual of Meghan's baptism and confirmation. At the end, few eyewitnesses believed that Meghan had taken her vows seriously. And this is the thing. There was very, very good reason for them to think that she hadn't taken her vows seriously. Because this wasn't the first time she had allegedly converted to a religion to marry. Guys, she allegedly did the same thing with Trevor Engelson. Now, this is from a Newsweek article. There were rumours that Meghan Markle was practicing Judaism based on her first marriage to Trevor Engelson, a Jewish film producer. Her first wedding in Jamaica did follow Jewish traditions. However, Meghan Markle is not of Jewish descent. So, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, right? If Mexit was practicing Judaism and did convert to marry Trevor Engelson, and her first wedding did follow Jewish traditions, well, she definitely dropped that like a hot potato when she ended her marriage with Trevor by allegedly FedExing her marriage ring and her engagement ring back to him. If she was so quick to do that, yeah, and just be like, meh to it all, as far as I'm concerned, then it tracks that Megxie changes religion on a whim in order to land the man that she wants, as much as she changes her clothes in one day on her fake freaking royal tours. Because here she's at it again. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, allegedly. Changing, converting to a religion in order to marry. Because again, let me repeat what Tom Bower says, particularly at the end. Few eyewitnesses believed that Meghan had taken her vows seriously. They honestly thought that she didn't really convert. She didn't take it to heart. She wasn't really in it. She didn't really believe it. It was just a formality for her. She didn't do it properly. Do you know what I mean? So, the question here, going around full circle, is Did Meghan Markle falsely convert to the Church of England just to marry Harry? Binny goes Boozy theory, whatever. I would say yeah. And I totally trust Tom Bower and the veracity of his sources. But enough about what I think. What do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are because the bombshells keep getting bigger and bigger. Did Meghan Markle warp Prince Harry's sense of truth and reality? Did Tom Bower just confirm that Megxie actually gaslighted Harry? I'm going to show you what was written. I'm going to show you my research and you guys live can make a decision on that. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe to not miss any further bombshells. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd. Like, share, comment down below on the replay, your opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet, but for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, more bombshells to come. So next up, did Meghan Markle gaslight Prince Harry over his sense of truth and reality? Asking for a friend here, but did Tom Bower just confirm that in his book Betrayal? Guys, what I'm about to show you is one of the most insane excerpts I came across whilst reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal during my marathon 11-hour stream here on the channel. So let's get to it right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because continuing on with me providing you guys with an overview of the bits you don't know when it comes to Tom Bower's book Betrayal, the stories about Harry and Megxie. One in particular, right? It was the most insane excerpt I came across whilst reading Tom Bower's book during my marathon 11-hour stream. And it led to me asking this insane question. Did Meghan Markle gaslight Prince Harry over his sense of truth and reality? Did Tom Bower just confirm that happened in his book Betrayal? So let's get to the most insane excerpt I came across, right? Here we go. He writes, unlike Bonus, that's Cressida Bonus, Prince Harry's ex, who ended the relationship with Harry in 2014, Meghan appeared to be sympathetic to the torrent of his paranoid fears. Much of it repeats of what he had told his therapist. Generational trauma was the victim's catchphrase. To lament how their emotional needs were not satisfied, Meghan encouraged Harry's certainty that anything he passionately believed must be true. Objective facts, namely the real truth, were disposable if convenient. Meghan encouraged Harry's certainty that anything he passionately believed must be true. Objective facts, namely the real truth, were disposable if inconvenient. What he's saying, right, in my interpretation, is she's the freaking bed. Megxie turning round to Hazard and saying, right, if you passionately believe in something, it's true. It's true. You passionately believe in it, it is true. Simple as done and dusted. The actual facts, the real truth, If you don't passionately believe in it, then it ain't true. You can dispose of them if it's inconvenient. Oh, my goodness. What? The she's in hell? Now, let me explain a little bit more as to why I'm saying that was one of the most insane excerpts I came across whilst reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal during my marathon 11-hour stream. Because I asked Google what kind of manipulative tactic this is. And this is what it told me. Yeah, you reading that right? This form of manipulation is primarily known as gaslighting, a specific type of psychological ABUSE where a person systematically feeds someone false information to make them question their own memory, perception, and sanity. When this manipulation is forced specifically on dismantling the victim's belief in objective facts, to accept a manipulator's subjective truth, it involves several intersecting tactics. Tactic number 1, reality distortion / questioning. The manipulator denies facts and evidence, treating their own, often passionate version of events as the only reality. Guys, this is word for word what Tom Bower's writing here. Meghan encouraged Harry's certainty that anything he passionately believes in must be true. Objective facts, namely the real truth, were disposable if inconvenient. Tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong. Shares the freaking bed. Tactic number 2, the illusory truth effect. By passionately and repeatedly asserting falsehoods, the manipulator makes the statement easier to process, paradoxically leading the victim to believe it is true. Indoctrination. Tactic number 3. In some contexts, this is a form of intensive indoctrination or cult-like behaviour, where the goal is to make the person disregard external reality in favour of the group / person's ideology. You guys decide for yourselves. Did Tom Bower, in this excerpt right here, just confirm that Meghan Markle gaslighted Harry over his sense of truth and reality? Let's go further down the rabbit hole. Key indicators of this manipulation. Do we see any of this when we look at the relationship between Megxie and Hazza? I'm just asking for a friend. Persistent denial of facts. Can't make this shiz up even if you tried. Outright lying about events even when confronted with evidence. A certain NYC chase, paparazzi chase story comes to mind. When 2 certain people were like, oh, it was horrific. We were chased by the paparazzi, this, that, and the other through NYC. Oh my goodness. But then you had the police, the mayor, even the freaking taxi driver himself turning around and saying, excuse you. Even the paparazzi turned around and said, excuse you. That didn't happen. Just saying. That just brings to mind certain random event that happened in the world. I'm just saying. Another key indicator of this manipulation, invalidating experiences. Dismissing your emotions or perceptions as crazy or imagined. So, what does the Sussex squad do? That really didn't make sense as a question, did it? What modus operandi? our teeth back in again. This ain't working, is it? What modus operandi do the Sussex Squad use when it comes to trying to, in their own way, counter us? They call us crazy. Let me put it this way to you, and I've got personal experience of this. A couple of years ago, I was very, very lucky enough to go back to America and visit California and see my good friends in California and my big brother who lives there, Lewis from Nerd Report. Shout out to Lewis from Nerd Report. Make sure you subscribe to him. And on a separate note, Andy, my other big brother, flew over from Florida to meet me. And Andy and I, we actually went to Montecito and we toured Montecito. We kept it public. We didn't trespass or anything like that. Prior to me actually even arriving in California, Andy and I originally joked that we were going to do that. That we were going to do this Montecito worldwide privacy tour, right? And then we were going to go to Montecito. Guess what happened? I couldn't even have anticipated it. The Sussex Squad came after me. They called me crazy. They called me delusional. They were literally tagging Homeland Security, the FBI, being like, do not let this woman into the country. She's dangerous. Yeah, I know, right? I live in a country where I'm not allowed to buy guns. Unlike you guys in America, yeah, I'm the dangerous one. Go figure, I'm just saying. Anywho. They called me crazy. Insane. Every name under the sun. I got death threats, threats of harm. You guys know at the time I did stream after stream exposing those DMs and those names. I didn't care. I monetized them. They soon stopped. I beat them at their own game. Proud of it. And I'll do it again if they come after me again. Not a problem. Ain't my first rodeo having to go up against an internet mob, and it ain't going to be last. I went up against the Amber the Turd mob during the height of the Justice for Johnny Depp movement, alongside Andy. My goodness, if we're going to go really old school, I went up against the Snyder Cult mob. That's really old school for those that remember. And they were freaking warped. You have no idea. This ain't my first rodeo, Sussex Squad, you morons. Anywho. They'll call me crazy. Ta-da! And we all suspect that the Sussex Squad act on behalf of Mexit. We all suspect it, right? That they're an extension of Mexit. And key indicator of this manipulation, number 3, emotional intensity. Using extreme passion or anger to intimidate the victim into abandoning objective truth. What's more intimidating than calling someone who criticises you fairly, I would say, racist or misogynistic? Just saying. Google then says this is distinct from mere persuasion, as the goal is to control the individual by causing them to distrust their own mind and sense of reality. Is this that I've just read from Google all confirming what Tom Bower is saying here? And from this, does it give rise to the notion that Tom Bower right here is, for me, confirming that Megxie has gaslighted Harry's sense of truth and reality. Sure looks like that to me. But what do you guys think? Now, there is more, because what was the result of Megxie's manipulation of Hazard's sense of reality and truth? In my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. Well, as Tom Bower writes here in Betrayal, within weeks their mutual commitment was sealed. Harry was besotted by his new soulmate, a surrogate mother, homemaker, confessor, consigliera, and safety net. Within months, cynical palace officials were whispering about Meghan having, quote, found a meal ticket. Their suspicions outraged Harry. The gaslighting, therefore, was complete. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. As Tom Bower writes here, until he met Meghan, Harry accepted his fate. He always seemed so friendly, recalled one palace official, even as his role declined. Well, Meghan Markle entered the narrative. And so, to this, say, not anymore. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I've still got more bombshells from Tom Bower's book Betrayal that I've yet to recap. We're going to get on to the next section of fame failures. So you guys don't want to miss that, I'm sure of it. So whoever's watching live, stay exactly where you are. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's on this one. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys. So, with that being said, without further ado, guys, let's get into the next section. We still have a few more bombshells to go. It ain't over yet. Let's get into the next section of fame failures. And, yeah, you know how Prince Harry has maintained this narrative that Meghan Markle had nothing to do with his book Spare? Well, Tom Bower has a few things to say about that. And it's made me ask the question, did Meghan Markle actually write Prince Harry's Spare with ghostwriter? Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because as I bring to you more recaps of Tom Bower's book Betrayal, things you guys need to know right now. Oh yeah, something Tom Bower wrote has given me pause to ask this question for a friend. Was it Meghan Markle that actually wrote Prince Harry's spare with the ghostwriter? That it wasn't really Prince Harry all along? Now, I'm just asking for a friend here, but let me lay down the foundations here, because you know how there have been denials that Mexit was involved in Hazard's book Spare, right? Here, Prince Harry has maintained that his memoir Spare was his own work, rejecting claims that Meghan Markle was involved in its creation or that he aired the royal family's dirty laundry. Well, in comes Tom Bower, just to poop all over that denial. Because first up, guys, she was actually heavily involved in finding a ghostwriter for Hazard. Allegedly, but I believe Tom Bower, and I really do trust the veracity in his sources. As he writes here in his book Betrayal, Random House's senior editor Ben Greenberg was tasked with finding a ghostwriter for Harry. From the outset, Meghan was involved in the selection. Not only that, guys, but Mexit was even involved in the Zoom meetings between Hazard and Moringer. So at the time, COVID restrictions prevented Harry, Moringer, and Meghan meeting personally. Introducing each other over Zoom, Moringer recollected that they hit it off immediately. Both men were incredibly sensitive, touchy, and preoccupied by their feelings, and they bonded. Bear in mind, Prince Harry publicly maintains that this was his own work and rejecting claims that Meghan Markle was involved in its creation. A, according to Tom Bower, and I believe him, she was involved in finding a ghostwriter for Harry. And B, she was in the Zoom meetings. So how can Harry even say that she wasn't even involved in its creation when she was involved in finding a ghostwriter and being in the Zoom meetings in the first place? And again, I believe Tom Bower. Come to your own decision on what you believe. But this is the thing. It gets even crazier. Because Tom Bower's not done yet. She was involved so much with communication with Moringer that she even said to him that she would make sure that Hazard's content in the book would be explosive. Hazard tried to turn around and say that Mexit was not involved in the creation or that he aired the royal family's dirty laundry. I'm sorry. It's BS. You read Tom Bower's book and these excerpts, and for me it's BS, that denial. As Tom Bower writes here, in his own words, Harry was a man more sinned against than sinning, and his paranoia was matched by Meghan's appetite for attention. Harry, she, i.e. Mexit, assured Moringer, would be unflinchingly candid. No amount of self-exposure, she indicated, was off limits, so long as the casualties, that was, their enemies, were less than incidental. And guys, this makes a buttload of sense right here. Because as she was focused on the book destroying, quote, their enemies, all of a sudden, Hazard shares the same sentiment. As Tom Bower writes here, listening to Harry, Moringer realised the prince wanted not only to wage a personal vendetta, but also to settle scores with Kate, Camilla, Charles, and even the Queen. This was not just a wounded lad pouring out his random thoughts, but clearly a man motivated by spite and determined to cause harm and spread damage on a massive scale. Just like Mexit said, when she spoke to Moringer, initially promising that nothing was off limits, so long as the casualties, that was their enemies, were less than incidental. All of a sudden, Hazard's singing from the same hymn sheet. And again, let me remind you, Hazard has personally and publicly said that Mexit was not involved in its creation or that he aired the royal family's dirty laundry. No, that's not true. According to Tom Bower, that's not true. And I believe Tom Bower on this one. Mexit was involved in the creation, and she pushed the royal family's dirty laundry to be in it. So much so, guys, get this, there's more. It was even reported by Tom Bower that Mexit had got her hands on numerous drafts of the memoir. Writing to Harry's great annoyance, Mooringer was told to cut out a number of the arguments. Harry apparently reported his fury to Meghan, who by then had read so many versions that her interest was evaporating. Yeah. Now, as far as I'm concerned, and I agree with this notion, Mexit was involved in the creation and the content of the book, regardless of Hazard's public denials and all of that. So, Meg's involvement in the creation and content of the book, and Harry's book itself has backfired on him more than we realised when it came to King Charles's alleged reaction to it all. Because, again, as Tom Bower writes here, 24 hours after Spare was published, Harry receives a message from Buckingham Palace. Do you remember this? That on King Charles's orders, he was expelled from Frogmore. His description of Camilla as evil was arguably the final straw. The eviction remained a secret. I remember when this story came out. It was big, massive news. Massive news. It was all over. The news came out a couple of months later that he was being evicted. Him and Mexit were being evicted from Frogmore. And then there were further rumours came out that the eviction actually happened months before the news eventually came out. But all in all, going back full circle, did Meghan Markle actually write Prince Harry's Spare with the ghostwriter? Well, let me put it this way to you guys. According to Tom Bower, and I totally believe this, Harry's denial right here that Meghan Markle was not involved in its creation, or that he aired the royal family's dirty laundry, is total BS. As Tom Bower explains, and again, I believe him, she was involved in choosing the ghostwriter. She was in on the Zoom meetings. She essentially said to the ghostwriter that she's going to make sure that, Hazard puts in the explosive stuff, and I'm paraphrasing there. She was determined that through this book, it was going to take down her enemies, hence air the family laundry. Who actually wrote this thing? I mean, what do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I am not done with you guys yet. Next up, the publisher of Spare actually slammed Prince Harry's memoir as, quote, a factual error. His publisher, in other words, hated his book. Want to find out what Tom Bower wrote about that? Guys, those watching live, you do not want to miss it, so stay tuned for that. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning into this video. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Hey up, you guys. So there's still a couple more bombshells to get through, so let's crack on. Because Tom Bower, in his book Betrayal, shiz the freaking bed, the bombshells keep on coming and coming and coming. They did not stop at all. In this bombshell, Prince Harry's memoir Spare was actually slammed by publisher Penguin Random House. Guess what they called it? A factual error. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because when Spare was initially released, right, this is what Penguin Random House had to say about it on their website when it comes to Prince Harry's memoir, okay? So they first say it was one of the most searing images of the 20th century. Two young boys, two princes walking behind their mother's coffin as the world watched in sorrow and horror. As Princess Diana was laid to rest, billions wondered what Prince William and Prince Harry must be thinking and feeling and how their lives would play out from that point on. For Harry, this is that story at last. Now, fast forward to the last paragraph. They say for the first time, Prince Harry tells his own story, chronicling his journey with raw, unflinching honesty. And I'm emphasising that word for a reason. Stay with me on this. A landmark publication, Spare is full of insight, revelation, self-examination, and hard-won wisdom about the eternal power of love over grief. Okay. Behind the scenes, though, according to Tom Bower, and I believe him, and his sources, it was the absolute opposite and then some. Penguin Random House, when you read the book Betrayal, hated the book's contents. And they equally hated the process it took to actually get it to the final draft. That they simply didn't believe that it would actually be a bestseller in the first place. They didn't believe in it. So firstly, right, let's get on to Tom Bower and what he wrote about the writing process. And how for the publisher, Penguin Random House, it was an absolute nightmare for them. So he writes, by then, a senior rewriter under Ben Greenberg, Random House's editor-in-chief, witnessed repeated clashes between Harry and Greenberg. Harry was considered to be a difficult author, recalls the editor. Irritatingly, Harry had rejected a dozen cover pictures taken by Ramona Rosales, fueling Greenberg's complaint about Harry being argumentative and missing deadlines. Part of the problem, as one editor observed, was the haphazard management of Mooringer. In his narrative, the Playboy Prince appeared to be a beleaguered, insecure weakling. Every damnation he uttered would make a headline. But some editors believed that Moringer's drafts had not fully grasped Harry's resentment of being the spare, not the heir. Now, when it came to the content itself, it got even worse for Harry. Because the editors agreed, as Tom Bower wrote here, that there's overkill. Too much about the tensions and disagreements between Harry and his brother and father. Harry's saying the same thing again and again. Some of his explicit criticisms of other members of the royal family, including the Queen and Prince Philip, were too raw, a senior editor decided. The publisher's motive was not to protect the royal family, but to make the book readable. To Harry's great annoyance, Moringa was told to cut out a number of the arguments. Now, this is the part now where we get on to the factual error situation. Because an editor from the publisher asked if what was written in Spare was all true. They asked outright, is this all true? Guess what Tom Bower wrote? Here we go. Moring replies, factual errors. can't exist in an autobiography. Factual errors, when I could get my teeth back in. Factual errors can't exist in an autobiography. This is what Moringa said, the ghostwriter. Harry's memory, Moringa knew, was self-serving and faulty. Not least because he had learned from therapy that facts don't matter. Only Harry's version of the truth counted. In his mind, subjective belief cancelled out irrefutable facts. The customary demands of publishing, only provable facts, went out of the window. The pretense was at best irrelevant and at worst unachievable. To give Harry his voice regardless of the truth, they agreed with Moringa to adopt what is known as gonzo journalism. Made famous by the American writer Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s, gonzo journalism focuses on the author's personal experiences and emotions. Any suggestion of objectivity is buried. Instead of the real truth, the author's voice is exaggerated and sarcasm is heightened. They knew it wasn't true. A lot of the stuff that he was saying, that he was writing in spare, the ghostwriter Moringa and the publisher themselves, Penguin Random House, knew it wasn't true. So they reverted to the process of gonzo journalism instead to make this all happen. To ensure that they weren't going to get sued, this, that and the other, blah, 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 blah. And Moringa knew, and I believe Tom Bower when he says this, you go to your own conclusions. Moringa knew that there were so many factual errors in this memoir, autobiography, this, that and the other, that he said, there's so many factual errors, in other words, and I'm paraphrasing here, this ain't an autobiography. There's too many factual errors, this ain't an autobiography as a result. That's basically what he's saying right there as far as I'm concerned. That's my interpretation. Take it as you will. But no wonder more and more people are now catching up. What I said a year or two ago on this channel, mind you, very proud of it, just saying. But more and more people are catching up and are reporting on the notion that Penguin Random House has dropped Hazza and Megsy now. Here's the headline. Major blow for Harry and Meghan. A $16.2 million deal quietly falls apart. They've lost the Penguin Random House contract. And this headline has come up even more recently over the last couple of months. So going back to this particular excerpt right here, full circle, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, all these excerpts that I've just shown you from Tom Bower's Betrayal, from my interpretation, proves a couple of things. A, Penguin Random House hated the book to the point where they didn't even believe it was going to be a bestseller. And B, the publisher, the ghostwriter, all agreed that the whole book was just full of factual errors, so they couldn't actually call it really an autobiography. That's why it's called a memoir rather than an autobiography. That's my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. But enough about what I think. What do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. Bombshells keep on coming, and Meghan Markle, oh yeah, she cannot escape any of these bombshells. Did Tom Bower, in his book Betrayal, confirm that Meghan Markle's Spotify podcast archetypes was all faked with new evidence? Sure looks like that to me. What do you guys think? Those watching live, stay tuned for that. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure in the meantime you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's, if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. For those on the replay, thank you so, so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Hey up, you guys. We're going to get on to the next topic in a moment as I provide you with a bumper weekly nerd live stream as I give you guys a recap on all the stories you are yet to hear from Tom Bower's book Betrayal. Because as of the time of me doing this live stream, I know a lot of you guys are either still waiting to receive your book or it's not being released yet for you guys to buy in the country of where you're in. So this is why I'm doing it for you guys. We have been live now for over 4 hours, you guys. So if you appreciate the effort and the work that I've put in to prepare and bring you guys all this information for this live stream, the least you can do, if you haven't done so already, is thumbs up this stream and subscribe. That's the least you can do. If you want to go one step further, only if you can, that is, of course, then do consider sending some Casper books my way so you can, you know, treat Casper to a few more goodies if you'd like, a few more toys and whatnot. But that's entirely up to you guys, With that being said, Aussie Queen of the Ruse coming in, gifting one leadership to one of you lucky lots out there. So everyone say, hey up to our newest leaders, courtesy of Aussie Queen of the Ruse. And you guys haven't noticed, as I am recovering, furthermore, when it comes to my mental health, we are getting closer to those leader-only streams coming back. So stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. With that being said, let's crack on with the next bombshell that came out of Tom Bower's book Betrayal right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because did Tom Bower just prove that Meghan Markle's Spotify podcast archetypes was all faked with brand new evidence? Sure looks like that to me. I'm going to give you information and you guys can decide for yourself. So we all read the headlines, right? When the news hit that apart from the big celebrities, Mexit did not actually interview her guests in person and instead got a producer to do it for her. And afterwards, she'd record the questions herself and the responses to then edit in post, right? Well, it looks like the fakery into Mexit's podcast archetypes went much deeper. Because what she was saying, it allegedly was all scripted. Yeah, this is what Tom Bower wrote in Betrayal. The team discovered that the actress couldn't turn the mic on and talk. She was not a natural probing interview able to elicit revelations and headlines. Like most actors, Meghan could only deliver the lines written for her. During interviews, she focused on herself, unintentionally highlighting a disinclination for self-mockery. And with it all allegedly being scripted, guys, it makes sense that she couldn't actually come up with any ideas at all for a podcast, as the planning behind it was an absolute nightmare for Spotify. As Tom Bower writes here, the arduously rewritten template for archetypes revealed her imagination. I loved digging deep for intelligent, meaningful conversations with my diverse and inspiring guests, laughing and learning with them. It has been such a labour of love. That's what Megzy said, right? But the enthusiastic team of women, Tom writes, hired by Spotify and Factual to produce the shows, discovered the opposite. Surprise, surprise, right? 4 months into the project, the production team wilted. Weeks had been spent discussing with Meghan a big theme that would explain the world. Gradually, they discovered that Meghan backtracked on ideas, watered them down, and then had no ideas. Now, this all makes sense. It all makes sense in my mind when we consider that many of us, including myself, believes that she just copies her ideas from elsewhere and so cannot come up with an original idea herself to save her freaking life. Prime example at the moment, just look at her brand as ever. Firstly, it's reported that she allegedly, I'm going to have to say allegedly, copied a logo for As Ever. I mean, here's the headline. Meghan Markle accused of copying Spanish coat of arms for logo. Secondly, she's accused for copying the name for As Ever itself. Here's the headline. Meghan Markle caught in another branding snafu as NYC clothing label As Ever speaks out. And then another example is that she was even accused of copying Pamela Anderson's lifestyle show. Here's the headline for that. Is Meghan Markle copying Pamela Anderson again? Duchess's barefaced magazine cover sparks comparisons to Baywatch star after cooking series ripoff. Megzy was accused of copying Pamela Anderson's lifestyle show for her own failed series with Love Meghan. And this is a thing, right? It wasn't just an issue with Megzy not being able to come up with original ideas, but that she also could not come up with anything original to say either. Again, let's go back to Tom Bower and what he writes in Betrayal. He says, her producers found Meghan's pronouncements baffling, soon realising she had nothing original to say. There was no deep meaning to Meghan, they concluded. Now, before we go further with this excerpt, when I read that, I instantly got the image of that infamous South Park episode, the Worldwide Privacy Tour, and towards the end has the prince. Yeah, we'll call the prince in South Park's episode Barry. That Barry, right, opened up Hagen's head and found that there was nothing in it. When I read that little sentence, there was no deep meaning to Meghan, they concluded, that literally was the image that came to my mind at that point. One producer complaining, quote, it's all labels and no substance. Essentially, in a nutshell, Spotify found out that Megzy loves herself a buttload of word salad. And if anyone at all gets that joke, extra nerd points to you. Serious extra nerd points to you. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. The bombshells keep on coming from Tom Bower's book Betrayal. Next up, one of the biggest ones, was Meghan and Harry's documentary on Netflix all fake? Was it all staged, including those interviews? You won't believe what Tomboa wrote. I'm going to be bringing you the excerpts. So those watching live, you do not want to miss that. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. But those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, without further ado, we still have a few more bombshells left in the tank, so let's get into it. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because in Tomboa's book Betrayal, did he just confirm that Meghan and Harry's documentary on Netflix was all fake? That it was all staged, including those interviews? So, amongst a buttload of the bombshells that has come out of Tomboa's book Betrayal, one of the biggest ones, one of the most shocking ones, the allegation that the interview scenes and some of the footage that they used in their mockumentary Harry and Meghan on Netflix was faked. Now, as a side note, without knowing, Tomboa's essentially confirmed to me, as far as I'm concerned, that I was right all along when I've been calling this thing a mockumentary over all these years. Now, anywho, back to this major bombshell. Tomboa really gave us the tea on this one. So first up, with that freedom flight footage from Hazza. He was actually instructed, according to Tomboa, by a Netflix exec to film it. Now, I believe Tomboa on this. Do you? Tomboa writes, the melodramatic statement had been suggested by their Los Angeles agent. Netflix, he said, would pay more if they delivered hours of private video shot in their most intimate moments. Meghan understood perfectly. She had been collecting that material since she met Harry, not least when he proposed to her. And the melodramatic statement that's being referenced here, that's referencing that freedom flight footage from Hazza. Now, check this out. Even the director was chosen by Mexit. But it was to ensure that she still had control to maintain the fake narrative that she wanted to put out in the world. Now, this was evidenced in Mexit's first choice of director, and the reason why that director was finally let go. Now, I didn't know that there was a different director originally that was actually let go. Did you? Now, first up, when Mexit chose the initial director for the mockumentary, she knew that the director wanted a no-holds-barred access to their lives, document it. It was essentially the reason why Mexit actually chose her in the first place. So, as Tomboa writes here, growing up in Hollywood, if I can get to the right slide here we go. Growing up in Hollywood, Meghan understood the importance of appointing the right director. Her final choice, Garrett Bradley, was the first black woman to win a director's award at the Sundance Film Festival. Black American women, Bradley had said, were the focal point of her documentaries. I think of myself as a facilitator, she explained. How can their experiences open our eyes? Meghan was attracted to Bradley, trying to create a more just and transparent and loving world. She also liked Bradley speaking about entering her subjects' headspace and promoting the resilience of women. Meghan shared the sentiment of Bradley's homily. Ultimately, what everybody needs in life in order to feel loved is to be understood, to feel heard. But in all of this, Meg's warm feelings towards Bradley, the original director for the mockumentary, quickly turned sour once the cameras started rolling. Tom Ball writing, expecting unlimited access to the Sussexes' home, including their bedroom and bathroom, Bradley intended to explore the Sussexes' intimate space. My process, she explained, is about listening to people and letting the images come to my mind. Those images then become the script, and then they perform them. Favouring long, lingering shoots, she would craft a documentary only after viewing hundreds of hours of constant filming. Allowing Bradley's cameras to roll without control to reveal the Sussexes' universal truths was precisely the opposite of Meghan's plan. In Meghan's mind, everything should be authentically controlled, if that's even a thing. In order to showcase her inspirational life without a hair out of place, Bradley's cameras could not be allowed unscripted freedom, especially not in her bedroom and bathroom. Few realised that Meghan's hairstylist and makeup artist needed over 2 hours every day before she could appear in public. At that time, no insider, or outsider should I say, could be allowed to witness her staring at the mirror unmade up. Spontaneous truths about our love story had to be firmly scripted and then carefully edited. The mask could never slip. Filming originally started in autumn 2020. Within weeks, Bradley was told to stop. All her videos would be viewed and ditched as chaotic. Now, she eventually chose Liz Garbus, who eventually then was the director for the mockumentary. And Liz didn't disappoint Mexit. That's why she stayed as the director at that point. Because she allowed reshoots to happen. Because if Megzy thought, right, that perhaps she and Azza didn't cry enough or play victim enough when throwing the royal family under the bus, according to Tom Bower and his sources, they would reshoot that interview. And again, I believe him. What do you guys think? Let's get to this excerpt. To prevent any leaks about disagreements and retakes, Garbus discussed each question with the Sussexes before entering the room. Carefully, the Sussexes never commented in front of the crew during or after a session about the interviews. Those sensitive conversations were delayed until they had returned to the production area and could not be overheard. There, Archewell's executive producer, Ben Browning, after watching it live on a monitor, gave his judgment. No hint of displeasure seeped from his room. When he or the Sussexes decided that a question should be reshot, their decision would not be flagged in front of the crew or any other members of the production team. Everything was agreed in private. Inevitably, the crew identified some reshoots, especially the emotional scenes. So when I turn round and I say, right, that Megzy would reshoot something, Azza would reshoot something, if they felt they didn't cry enough or play victim enough, when it came to, as far as I'm concerned, throwing the royal family under the bus and the British public under the bus. Ta-da! Again, for those in the back, inevitably, the crew identified some reshoots, especially the emotional scenes. Garbus left it to Meghan to know how to perform spontaneously at the required moment, recalled a member of the crew. Carefully, Garbus never hinted that Meghan's on-camera suffering was staged. Yeah. An example of this was when the mockumentary showed Megzy finding out about Jason North saying in court that Mexit had not been truthful in her Mail on Sunday father's letter lawsuit case, whatever the frick you want to call it. Because Tom Bower writes here, Shillings communicated this to Meghan. Clearly shocked by North's version of events, Meghan composed herself. In adversity, she took advice and fought back. She carefully arranged for herself and Harry to be filmed, as if reading that message from Shillings was for the first time. Flying on a private jet to New York, how do we deal with that, she asked Harry. She then accused William of authorising North's statement to be leaked to the Times. It's your brother, she said on camera. Harry agreed they'll try and cover it up. In the context of North accusing Meghan of lying, the Sussexes' soundbites were nonsensical. But in their battle to damage William's reputation and that of the monarchy, their contrived exchange, all filmed for their Netflix documentary, was perfect. So, in a nutshell, according to Tom Bower and his book Betrayal, from my interpretation of it, he's saying, and his sources are saying, that the Harry and Meghan mockumentary for Netflix was all staged. It was faked. I believe that. What do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We do still have a couple of bombshells to go through before we end this bumper Weekly Nerd live stream, so stay tuned for that. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, we do have a couple more bombshells left from Tom Bower's book Betrayal for me to give you guys a recap on. So we are nearly done with this bumper Weekly Nerd live stream. So let's get to it, guys. Netflix is done with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Because according to Tom Bower, and I believe him on this and his sources, Netflix has admitted that they are no longer their golden couple. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because according to Tom Bower and his sources in the book Betrayal, and I believe him on this one, Netflix is done with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, as they declared that they are no longer Netflix's golden couple. Now, this is a bombshell that has come out of Tom Bower's book Betrayal. So here's the excerpt. Both Bajaria and Ted Sarandos acknowledged that Harry and Meghan were no longer Netflix's golden duo, but they brought value to Netflix's stable. So when trying to persuade other celebrities to make a show with the streamer, Netflix cited their trusted relationship with the Sussexes. So, in other words, right, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, Bella Bajaria, like head of content, and the CEO dude himself, Ted Sarandos, had acknowledged that Hazard and Megxi were no longer Netflix's golden couple. They knew that they had bombed. that their content was awful. It was over. The stats spoke for themselves, right? The viewing figures spoke for themselves. You could not skip the fact that Hazard and Mexit were not successful for Netflix when it came to viewing figures. Not at all. So they were downgraded. They were no longer Netflix's golden couple, this, that, and the other. Okay. But they kept Hazard and Mexit on as bait. So they were downgraded from being a golden couple to bait for other celebrities to join on to Netflix's stable. They used Hazard and Mexit as bait to attract other, bigger, better celebrities to join Netflix and do content for them. Didn't care about the content anymore. As they said, they were no longer the golden couple. But they did have one use, which was bait for other celebrities that were bigger and better than them. Oh, the shade. The shade. Seriously. Now, this flies in the face of what the two have actually said publicly about Mexit and Hazard in the past. Now, here, Bella Bajaria said the following. So, asked where Netflix stand with this deal, Miss Bajaria told the Mail, quote, "We have Meghan's new show coming out, which is great. It's such a great take on a lifestyle show and showcase for California, Montecito, and nature. It really has great takeaways. I was like, oh my God, I want to really do that pasta. There's really easy, great takeaways on life. I'm really excited about that coming out." She also added that Mexit was still working on a screen adaptation for Meet Me at the Lake. Asked whether the movie's definitely coming out, she insisted it's in development. It's a great book. She had it and we're happy to do it. We have things in development. Everyone is excited about what is coming. I'm really excited for her show. And Ted Sarandos, he says the following here. When asked what motivated him to bet on Meghan, Sarandos said, "I think Meghan is underestimated in terms of her influence and culture." No. It's not. If anything, Netflix overestimated her influence on culture. She's the freaking bed by literally the tune of $100 million, reportedly. You see, this is the thing. Actions speak louder than words when you consider that last year Netflix downgraded Hazard and Meg's deal. She's the bed. Here's the headline right here. The response to their work speaks for itself. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle signed downgraded deal with Netflix as streaming giant scales back their $100 million partnership. And can you blame them? When, as we all know, part of Invictus, Polo, Live to Lead, and the more recent one with Love Meghan, all three iterations of it, all flopped. Big freaking time. So going around full circle, when you know that all of their series, all of their efforts for Netflix has flopped, apart from their mockumentary, when we know that Netflix as an investor backed out from Meg's brand as ever less than a year after becoming a partner, after becoming an investor. When you look at all the facts and figures and the stats of all their efforts for Netflix, showing that no one's tuning in, no one cares, it's all trash. I am not surprised. I believe Tom Bower and his sources when in the background, even though publicly Netflix's head of content and the CEO is backing Hazard and Mexit. I believe Tom Bower and his sources when in the background, behind the scenes, they're actually turning around and saying they're no longer Netflix's golden couple. And in anything, They've been downgraded to bait to attract bigger and better celebrities to make content for Netflix instead. They're being used. Tables have turned. Instead of Harry and Meghan using people, they're being used themselves. Oof. Karma. Always comes to collect. Always. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We have a couple more bombshells to get through from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Next up, we haven't spoken about Christopher Boozy in a little while on this channel, have we? Stay tuned. So if you're watching live, stay exactly where you are. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef The Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's. If you're watching on the replay, again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. All right, you guys, we are very close to the end now. Let's get to it. Shiz the freaking bed. It's been a while since Boozy himself, Christopher Boozy, has been mentioned on this channel. But, yeah. Tom Bower mentioned him a couple of times in his book Betrayal, and I thought, you know what? Let's just remind ourselves of Boozy's existence and why consider him Boozy. Let's go. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye, and oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been a while, thank goodness, that we've mentioned or discussed Christopher Boozy on this channel, otherwise known as a Boozy. But guess what? Just like herpes, he keeps coming up time and time again, whether we like it or not. But in this instance, Tom Bower getting Christopher Boozy back into the Harry and Meghan narrative publicly is, I would say, a rare welcome in this scenario. So let's get on to what Tom Bower wrote in his book, Betrayal. So here is the first instance of Christopher Boozy being mentioned. So, among Meghan's passionate supporters was the influencer Christopher Boozy, a black American tech entrepreneur. I think Tom Bower's being very kind to him on that. But anywho, in January, after the first announcement of Kate's illness, Boozy had posted on his social media a gymnast doing backflips captioned Kate Middleton this weekend. Boozy also labelled Kate as aging as fast as a banana despite using plastic surgery, claimed she was the victim of domestic abuse and said she had used a body double for an appearance with William at a farm shop, and added that Kate was divorcing William. Hours after Kate's disclosure of cancer, Boozy posted a message that Kate's video was fake. This was followed by an American doctor saying the palace's press release about her illness doesn't make a lot of medical sense. Okay, this is the thing though. Boozy's tweets during this period of the where's Kate just disgusting kind of thing that was going on the internet last year. Boozy's tweets were worse than that. So let me show you a few examples and remind yourself, right, of how bad, as far as I'm concerned, Boozy went with the whole "Where's Kate" thing. So he first messaged out on X, "Palace lied, and the British press happily helped them lie. Countless conspiracy theory headlines, while knowing a lot of what was being said was true. There's really some North Korea Trumpian type of propaganda." Yeah. Let's get on to the second. "Some are missing the point. Setting aside any presumptions, let's concentrate on the facts. The initial photo was leaked on March the 4th, and 14 days later, a video depicting Kate surfaced. Kate appeared markedly different in the video from the Kate in the March 4th photo. We were told Kate was recovering and would resume her royal duties shortly. Yet in the recent video, she's holding a bag and moving briskly. If she's capable of such activity, why isn't she back to fulfilling her royal duties yet? Because unbeknownst to everyone, publicly, we didn't know she was suffering from cancer and going through chemo." Here's the tweet that Tom Borrow referenced here. "Forgive me in advance for being petty. I just saw a recent photo of William and Kate, and those two are aging in banana years. I don't understand why, since they have a team of people who wait on them hand and foot 24/7. Yeah. Yeah. Now, he was trying to delete his tweets during this period. He got caught out and he tried to delete the tweets. Too late. What goes on the internet pretty much stays on the internet forever. Now, this is the thing. Tom Bower didn't stop here, because later on in the book, this is also what he had to say about Lucy Boozy. So he says here, among her defenders was the US tech entrepreneur Christopher Boozy. Every joyful moment, he wrote, gets twisted into ammunition by people who've made destroying her their full-time job. This isn't normal criticism, it's psychological torture, designed to break someone's spirit. Meghan Markle is a mother who can't share her joy without it being weaponized against her. And we need to talk about what this sustained cruelty has done to a woman whose only crime was falling in love with a prince. Oh, sorry, but, dude, what about all of this? Pot calling kettle black here. What about all of Lucy Boozy's cruelty to Princess Catherine while she was undergoing cancer treatment and trying to maintain her family at the same time and her young children? Pot calling the freaking kettle black. So, yeah, guys, it's been a while where we've mentioned Christopher Boozy on this channel. But like I said at the beginning, just like herpes, he keeps coming up time and time again, whether we like it or not. So with that being said, those watching live, I'm not done with you guys yet. We're getting on to pretty much the final section now of Legal Loser. Yeah, Tom Bower's got some things to say about Hazard's legal tirade against the newspapers that you guys really need to hear. So for those watching live, stay exactly where you are. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef The Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm not done with you guys yet. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, guys, the end is in sight. So let's crack on pretty much with the final section of Legal Loser. And yeah, Tom Bower reports that a legal expert has labelled Prince Harry as easy prey to solicitors. But why? What's going on? Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because during my 11-hour mammoth live stream, reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal, which was exposing even more secrets about Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, this little segment caught my eye. So Tom Bower wrote the following. Sherburn then surely delivered the final inducement. The litigation would cost Harry very little. He would bear no financial risk. The reason was that all the claimant's lawyers worked on a contingency basis, no win, no fee. All Harry needed was an insurance policy to cover the newspaper's costs in the unlikely event that he lost. And Sherburn had never lost. The formula would earn Sherburn at least £40 million and enrich temporal legal protection, the insurance company which pocketed a large slice of the damages awarded by the judges to the claimants. To monopolise the litigation, Sherburn and the solicitors staggered their cases. First the Mirror, next News UK, and finally, as of the recording of this stream and video, the current court case that's ongoing, Daily Mail Group would then be targeted. Now, when I was live during that 11-hour mammoth stream, reading Tom Bower's book Betrayal in full with you all, this financial arrangement stroke agreement between Sherburn and Hazard, it didn't sit right with me. And I did say at the time, during the live stream, that I would ask your favourite DC lawyer, John Witherspoon, about this. Guys, of course he came through. Of course he came through, guys. He messaged back. He's a good mate of mine. And yeah, this is what he said, okay? So, the UK solicitors and barristers and the US, the attorneys, have different systems when it comes to bringing in business to legal firms. So I can't provide a truly definitive answer. And Tom Bower has a knack for subtly dramatising his topics. With that said, I'm a bit troubled by what seems, in my opinion, to be a case of Harry being induced by someone saying, you really, really want to sue the newspapers, don't you? Hint, hint. Kind of like approaching a man dying in the desert and saying, you really, really want some water, don't you? It seems worse in my view when you have a plaintiff, Harry, who brings a severe and perhaps irrational bias and an apparent inability to think clearly, thanks to heavy emotional baggage and perhaps questionable intellect about what he's doing. I would feel more comfortable were it a situation where a lawyer told a client that bringing a case was the right thing to do because the case was solid and proceeding was in the best interest of justice. I would rather hear that a lawyer had thought first and foremost of the client and only secondarily about the payday versus a situation like the one Bower seems to describe, which seems like the other way around, where the lawyer is allegedly putting his potential payday first and the interests of the client second. In the USA, some might call that a form of ambulance chasing. In the USA, we would say the facts don't care about your feelings. But Harry has shown repeatedly that he doesn't understand that. getting weepy on the stand for no discernible reason, talking about how things that allegedly happened in around 2006 have made Meghan's life difficult in 2025, etc., bear this out. Harry stupidly and naively seems to think that phone hacking must have taken place because none of his friends would dare share any information about him. The whole rest of the world knows this is completely absurd and that people share information by accident because they want to gain favour with someone or because they're overheard by others during conversations and so forth. The fact that Harry has such a warped view of how the world is, to me, further evidence of how out of space Harry is and what easy prey, for lack of a better word, he must have been for the solicitors. So that's John Witherspoon's take in all of that, right? And it wasn't just the solicitors, it seems, in my opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, that manipulated Hazza into trying to control the media and suing them, but Mexit as well. Because Tom Bower wrote in his book Betrayal here, by now, persuaded by Meghan, he believed that celebrities could control the media, just as William had fed the Times their lie that Meghan was a bully, and thought Harry, no one displayed more vanity towards the media than his father. Deprived of love as a boy, bullied by schoolmates, he was dangerously compulsively drawn to the elixir newspapers offered him. The two men he deemed were lost. In his anger, near the graveyard, Harry accused his father and brother of allowing the tabloids to damage our love and our bond. I'll soon prove, he insisted, that the press were more than liars. They were lawbreakers. I'm going to see some of them thrown into jail. Now, even the royal court blamed Mexit for Hazza's legal tirade against the media, according to Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. And I believe Tom Bower and his sources. What do you guys think? Tom Bower writing here, Edward Young was flummoxed. Harry's action was unprecedented. A member of the royal family suing the Queen's government in the Queen's court embarrassed the monarchy. The Queen's private secretary noted one observer was puzzled about who had encouraged Harry to take to the courts. And Young was also terrified that Harry was suing two newspapers. In one case, he had employed 4 barristers. In the end, they blamed Meghan. They blamed Meghan. But overall, going around full circle here, you've got Meghan's, let's say, alleged influence into Hazza going on this absolute tirade against the newspapers, which, based on what's going on at the moment with the publishers of the Daily Mail and his court case there, I would be extremely surprised if Hazza won. I think Hazza needs to buckle up for the notion that he's lost big time on this one. But you've got John Witherspoon, happily and gratefully on my part, chiming in for all of us, labelling Harry as easy prey to solicitors in all of this. But enough about what I and John Witherspoon think. What do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We are on to the second to last bombshell from Tom Bower's book Betrayal that I'm giving you guys a bit of a recap on. Prince Harry believes if the media embarrassed him in an article, then it meant to him that they hacked him. Dude is just proven in court that he's absolutely mega stupid. So those watching live, you do not want to miss that little bombshell from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. But if you haven't done so already, in the meantime, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, Comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, let's get on to the second to last kind of bombshell for this bot bonanza live stream where I'm giving you guys a recap of, as far as I'm concerned, all the bombshells you guys don't know yet from Tom Bower's book Betrayal. And yeah, this one is a doozy. Prince Harry, writes Tom Bower, based on his sources, believes that if the media embarrassed him in an article, it means they hacked him. As it just proves in court that he's just more stupid than anyone realises, you guys. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught me eye, and oh my goodness, yes. Let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because as I continue to provide a recap of all the bombshells you guys don't know yet from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal, this one was an absolute freaking clanger and a half. Because apparently, and I believe this from Tom Bower and his sources, Prince Harry believes that if the media embarrassed him in an article, then that automatically means that they hacked him. Yeah, has it just proved in court that he is that freaking stupid? Yeah. So here is the excerpt. So on the eve of the court hearings, Tom Bower writes of his claims against the Mirror and Sun newspapers for their illegal activities, he was still confident of victory. After sifting through copies of the Mirror and the Sun back to the mid-1990s, his lawyers had shown him over 100 articles, most he was reading for the first time. The more he read, the more annoyed he became. Even in the absence of any direct evidence, Harry's lawyers claimed that any report which embarrassed Harry was obtained illegally. Yeah. For those in the back, let me just tell you that again. Harry's lawyers claimed that any report which embarrassed Harry was obtained illegally. Yeah. I know, right? In Harry's opinion, the media's hostility justified his book and the Netflix series. So I looked at that and I Googled the following. What does it mean if you use embarrassment as a manipulative technique over others to make them believe that you're a victim of illegal action against you? Yeah. Interestingly, Google told me the following right here. Using embarrassment as a manipulative technique to falsely claim victimhood. Not that I'm accusing Hazard of doing this, but based on what Tom Bower wrote, and I believe him, specifically regarding the legal actions, is a form of coercive control, gaslighting, and playing the victim, intended to reverse responsibility and gain power. By weaponizing shame, the manipulator forces others into a submissive, defensive, or sympathetic position, ensuring that they are seen as the injured party rather than the aggressor. This behaviour typically means the person is engaging in a smear campaign or a false narrative to destroy another's reputation while protecting their own image. So, core components of this type of manipulation. So, you've got weaponized embarrassment and shame. So, this manipulator uses public humiliation or targeted embarrassing remarks to break down a target's confidence, making them feel flawed or unworthy and therefore less likely to challenge the false claims. Then you've got reversing victim and aggressor. So, they often twist situations to make themselves appear to be victims of an illegal action. So, example, fraud, threats, harassment, that they themselves may have actually committed. Playing the victim, another core component. By acting helpless, persecuted, or deeply hurt, they solicit sympathy and compel others to take their side, a common tactic of narcissists and toxic individuals. And then you've got gaslighting. They may manipulate others into doubting their own memories and judgment, insisting the illegal action occurred just as they describe it, even if it's completely fabricated. But wait, there's more. Because Google then told us, why is this technique used? Why would anyone use this awful, nasty, evil technique? Diverting accountability is one reason. By claiming to be a victim, they avoid consequences for their own actions. Another reason, social engineering and control. They manipulate the social circle to view them as vulnerable, isolating the true victim and turning others into flying monkeys, supporters of the manipulator. And another reason, narcissistic defense. It's a way to handle intense internal shame by projecting it onto someone else, making the target carry the embarrassment of the action. So for anyone that might be concerned, here are signs of this particular manipulation. Firstly, the story changes. Inconsistencies appear in the narrative of the alleged illegal action, yet they remain highly emotional about it. Another sign, public scenes. The embarrassment is often induced in front of witnesses to solidify the false image of them being attacked. Another sign, over-the-top sympathy seeking. The victimhood is highly theatrical and designed to cause a strong emotional reaction from others. And the fourth sign, inability to take responsibility. When confronted, they flip the script and argue that they are the ones who have been treated poorly. Now, in my humble opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, right? If they put underneath, example, Prince Harry and his legal action against Daily Mail, The Sun, and The Mirror. Let's put it this way. I won't argue it. I would not argue it at all. What do you guys think? With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. We are getting on to the last topic for this bumper Weekly Nerd live stream. The best moments, the best and funniest moments that you don't know about yet in Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. So we're going to get onto that shortly. It's going to be a quick fire video. So those watching live, stay exactly where you are. I'm nearly done with you. But if you haven't done so already, do make sure you are subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, I'm nearly done with you. Stay where you are. But those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. I don't know about you guys, right? But it's 3:20. It's nearly 3:20 in the morning here in the UK. I am so ready to go to bed, I have to admit. After 5 hours of streaming, dudes, I am ready to go to bed. If you are watching live right now, seriously, 5 hours streaming, giving you guys the recap, the best moments, the best stories from Tom Bower's book Betrayal. If that hasn't earned me a thumbs up from you lot, and you know what? I don't know what will really at this stage, which basically is me turning around and saying, do me a solid. Over 5 hours live streaming. Thumbs up this video right now if you haven't done so already. Oh, and subscribe as well whilst you're at it. It's literally just next to the like button. You might as well whilst you're in that area. Do you know what I mean? But with that being said, let's rack on with the final story for this weekly nerd live stream. And guys, want to know the best and funniest moments you don't know yet from Tom Bower's book Betrayal? This is going to be a little bit of a fast video, so yeah, let's knock it out of the park right now. Hey up everyone, it's me, Stef The Alter Nerd, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to another dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because I've been giving you guys a recap on all the stories you guys are yet to know as of the time of me doing this live stream from Tom Bower's book Betrayal, because I know that a lot of you guys at the moment, again, as of the time of me doing this live stream, are either yet to receive your book because reportedly there have been delays in Amazon sending out the book, or it's not being released in your country yet for some reason. You're still waiting for it to be released so that you guys can get it as well. So because it was released in my country in the UK back on the 26th of March at midnight, and I did that 11-hour mammoth stream, reading through it and giving you my reactions and periodic overviews of what I was reading. I thought, you know what? Let me guys give you a recap of all the best bombshells that came out of Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Not only did I want to do that, but for this particular video here, I also wanted to give you the best and funniest excerpts that I also found in Tom Bower's book Betrayal whilst I was reading it through. So without further ado, let's firstly, and this ain't a euphemism, but I kind of like the way that I'm terming it here, let's get on to Hazard's Todger. Here we go. So, oh my goodness. I love how Tom Bower writes this. This is hilarious, guys. And Harry was seemingly fixated by his penis. The royal genitalia, the writer knew, would grab readers' attention. The word penis would be mentioned 8 times in the published book. I wonder how many times it was mentioned in various drafts. I'm just asking for a friend. And Todger, Harry's frozen penis, 6 times. So the word penis basically beat out the word Todger. Good to know. Frostbitten during a trip in the Arctic, Harry delivered the priceless detail that the Cure Elizabeth Arden 8-hour cream prompted his memory that Diana used the same cream on her lips, saying, "The moment I opened it, the smell transported me through time. In a subsequent trip to the Antarctic, he was given a bespoke cock cushion to protect himself." Do you know what? I used to use Elizabeth Arden 8-hour cream in the past. When this story came out, I stopped using it. I just couldn't use it anymore. I couldn't treat it seriously in my whole skincare regime. I just couldn't. I just couldn't bear to use it, knowing that the same product had been used on Hazard's Todger. Like, ew, no, thank you. Game over for Elizabeth Arden's 8-hour cream. I'm done. That's it. So yeah, this is one of the funniest moments, I would say, from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Let's get on to one of the best excerpts, one of the really cool bombshells that Tom Bower landed in his book, Betrayal. The Meghan Markle already knew for years that Hollywood had actually rejected her before leaving the royal family to go back to Hollywood, thinking that now that she was a duchess and part of the royal family, that they would automatically accept her as a result. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. So let's get on to this excerpt from Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. The royal family was a job. Duty, hard work, and self-sacrifice without a big paycheck was alien to someone brought up in Hollywood. But Meghan had laughed off Charles's suggestion that she continue working as an actress. Hollywood, she knew, had rejected her. She already knew Hollywood had rejected her. So if she already knew that Hollywood had rejected her, then I'm just asking for a friend here. But does she really know that all her efforts now to try and get Hollywood's acceptance is already doomed to failure because they'd already rejected her? So in that instance, is Megxie more mad and insane than we even realised? Just asking for a friend. Let's get on to one of the most shocking moments of what Tom Bower wrote in his book, Betrayal. That Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's security provoked paparazzi on the night of that fake NYC car chase. Here we go. Here's the excerpt. Aware of the court hearings in London, the Sussexes left the ballroom determined not only that their destination should remain unknown, but also on Harry's orders that they would not be photographed. Acting on Harry's plan as they emerged, bodyguards obscured their faces. Security were being a-holes from the start, complained a photographer. We'd waited for more than 4 hours and none of us could get shots, but it was worse. They were mocking the paps, provoking them. Those guys egged on the paps. Those security guards egged on the paps. A few photographers were more than furious. Yeah. I know, right? And let's get on to the final biggest shock confirmation of it all. Did Meghan Markle and Prince Harry disclose the names of the, quote, racist royals to Omid Scobie? Tom Bower may have shed a little bit more light on that. Here's the excerpt. Scobie's publishers, HarperCollins, owned by Rupert Murdoch, were impressed by Scobie's speed in delivering the book. His editors, led by Carrie Thornton, were also certain that he had relied on trustworthy sources at the palaces, and especially on Meghan herself. I'm not sure that Harry ever trusted Scobie, recalled one editor. But Omid was fed lines by Meghan. Check that out. Omid was fed lines by Meghan. I believe this. I believe Tom Bower and I believe in the veracity of his sources. What do you guys think? And from Harry through another person. In particular, his editors assumed that the stuff on Kate, phrases like Katie Keene, and the revelation she was cosplaying Diana came from Meghan. One shocking allegation about the racist royals was also sourced by the editors from the Duchess. Presumably relying on Meghan, Scobie wrote in the draft that the two royals involved in the several conversations were Charles and Kate. But Kate was not involved in Harry's single conversation. The circumstances of those fictitious conversations were not described. Yeah. Guys, when I say at the point where Betrayal, this book, is available in your country and you have the means to be able to get it, get it. Buy it. I'm not sponsored at all. Tom Bower doesn't know me. I don't know Tom Bower. I would hazard a guess he doesn't even know my existence. That's fair enough. All right. Doesn't even know my existence. Fair play, right? I would safely presume that. But let me tell you something. I've read this thing from back to front. You guys know this. I did an 11-hour live stream doing that. Buy this book. Buy it. You will not be disappointed. I'm telling you that right now. Shiz the freaking bed. This thing, Revenge, absolutely amazing, right? Don't get me wrong. Essential reading for the Mexit community. It's as simple as that. Betrayal, though, it goes next level. Next level. I am extremely hyped for what Tom Bower is going to produce next for his next book. So in other words, when it's available in your country and you have the means to get it, turn around, go to the shop, whether online or in person, and just say this simple phrase: take my money. Simple as that. With that being said, those watching live, stay exactly where you are. If you haven't done so already, though, do make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd tribe here on YouTube. If you're watching on X, make sure you're following me at Stef Alter Nerd for more misadventures of the gruesome twosome. Like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever's if you're watching on the replay. Again, those watching live, stay where you are. But for those on the replay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all your faces. And until the next time, you guys, laters. Okay, you guys, shiz the bed. It's 3:30 in the morning here in the UK. I have been streaming for nearly 5 hours and 20 minutes, giving you guys an overview, a recap, a full recap on Tom Bower's book, Betrayal. Shiz the bed. We have done it. We've done it. Yes, you guys. So, few thank yous before we finish, and I remind myself what sleep actually is. Lizzie_B, thank you so much for jumping into the gifting wars and gifting one leadership to one lucky Alter Nerd out there. So everyone say, hey, up to our newest leader, courtesy of Lizzie B. And Lizzie B, thank you so much for your continued support for the leadership for the past 26 months, saying, oh, that's so kind of you. You are amazing. Thank you for the special live stream. We appreciate you. Hope you and Casper have a nice week. We will do. Casper it looks like for the majority of this live stream, has cosplayed Mexit. And he's like, respect my privacy. I'm not going to show up on camera today. Respect my privacy. I'll have words with him afterwards. How about that? But yeah, with that being said, guys, I have been streaming for literally over 5 hours, giving you all this information and giving you a recap of everything you guys really need to know about what Tombo reported in his book Betrayal. So, guys, if you haven't done so already, like this stream. Streaming for over 5 hours, that's definitely, I would say, got to earn your like. Surely, right? I'm just asking for a friend here. What do you guys think? So if you haven't done so already, hit that like button. And whilst your finger or your mouse is in that area, the subscribe button's just next door to it. You might as well click on that as well if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much to everyone in the live chat that's kept me company right till the end and kept me company throughout this mammoth live stream. I appreciate all your faces. Thank you so much to everyone as well that's either joined as a leader, stepped into today's leader wars, or kindly sent some Casper books, Casper's Way. We appreciate your faces. Thank you so much to everyone that's already liked this stream and has subscribed to join our Alter Nerd tribe. Appreciate all your faces. But with that being said, before we go, you know what time it is. So thank you so much to everyone that's liked the stream and helped us achieve a monkey over 500 likes. Appreciate your faces. And with that being said, on that bombshell, I'm finally going to bed. Enjoy the rest of the day, wherever you are in the world. I hope you guys have a wonderful upcoming week. With that being said, good night and laters.